Okay. Okay. Let my Discord know that we are live. At least as far as I know, we're live. Let's go. Uh so I'm gonna do a couple of things today. Um One of the things I'm gonna do is I'm gonna not respond, but I'm gonna react to the Hasan Nabi reaction and the Keffals reaction. I'm gonna get to the Keffals thing a little bit later because I just found another video that I kind of want to take a look at. This is like a heads up. I do not like Hasan. So this when this video dropped, I was kind of looking forward to it. I was kind of looking forward to watching it. I did pre-watch it, so I do know what the talking points that he's gonna make because I couldn't hold back in watching it, but I did want to make a react to it firsthand, not firsthand, but secondhand on a live stream. While I'm doing that, as per usual, I'll be playing some games in the background. There is one game in particular that I have yet to play. Blaze got me to download it, and I have not played it yet, and it's Punishing Gray Ravens. So I probably will jump into that whenever we're watching the Keffals reaction. I'm gonna do my dailies on all the other games as well. So again, looking forward to watching this video and seeing how things go. So this is going to be a very fun reaction video. So without further ado, we're just you know what we're just gonna jump right on in. We're gonna jump right on in.
Hasan Piker is the most prominent left-leaning streamer online. His debate resume includes Asmongold, a 16-year-old Israeli kid, and me, where his only defense for his continually poor reporting is saying it's all out of context.
The reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay? When I say something on this stream, okay, oftentimes, especially if it's a developing story.
Like, how do you know I say this stuff?
Especially if it's a developing story. If I misspeak, apparently you can use it in your commentary as though it's like super serious. So anyway,
I didn't name one example that I did that.
I don't know. I don't watch your videos, so
yeah. So don't make shit up.
Oh my god, there's so much to jump in on this. So one of the reasons why I don't like Hasan, or why I'm not a huge fan of Hasan, is mostly because everything's out of context. I love watching debates. I'm a big person who do debates myself. I think every other weekend, me and a few friends, we go into a group chat in a private Discord and we just debate on different topics. I'm waiting on them to give me permission to actually live stream it. But oftentimes, when I look at Hasan as someone who does political debates, anytime he gets criticized, it's always out of context. Everything is all, even when somebody provides the context, it's always out of context. He'll say it's always out of context, and it's such a cope. It's such a bad coping mechanism, it's bad faith. It's coping. It just also proves that you cannot take criticism well at all. One of the main reasons I just genuinely do not like Hasan.
Very critical of other people's debating skills, his grand advice to Destiny when debating Ben Shapiro was to call Ben a fascist.
Oh my god, dude, this is why you need to be a little bit more educated, okay? He's a fascist. Him bringing up Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. What do you say in that situation? You turn around and go, yeah, that's exactly the kind of moral regression you're advocating for in the United States of America when you want to have these like insane regressions on culture and on civil society.
The moral regression Ben was advocating for was a two-parent household, just like the evil Germans.
Dude, I would destroy Ben on Israel-Palestine. Right?
Just to be clear, Hasan is never beating Shapiro. He's never beating Ben Shapiro. Not at all, under any circumstances. I think Hasan is very good at optics. I think he's really good at having a conversation. But when it comes to debating, and you'll see why in a minute, it's going to come up later in this video. But when it comes to the debating people, Hasan's best tactic is just talk over the other person. Talk as loud as you can. It's not how you want to debate.
I'm serious. He is so bad.
When given the chance to destroy someone that's about as intellectually honest as himself, Hasan loses it on international television.
There it is.
I've got two panelists here who've not had a word yet. Because you're a terrorist. Please stop talking.
Forcing the debate to end early.
Cut off their food. Cut off their water. Okay.
Yeah, the slight.
You know what? I'm going to cut off.
Israel
I'm going to cut off this
provides 7 to 9%
debate.
of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to cut off the
That's
debate
not
because
Israel.
we're getting
Israel
absolutely
provides-
nowhere. But I appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you very much.
I saw this debate. I watched it. Do you know one of the things when you go on somebody else's show, one of the things you don't do is you don't cut off the host. That's like the most important thing, like out of anything, is the most important thing that you need to pay attention to. Never cut off the host, because you ruin your chances of coming back on that show, right? Like, no matter how big Hasan is, he's not nowhere near as big as Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is a very big figure, and you probably ruined your chance of getting back on his show just by being such a horrible guest. You just kept cutting him off. It's just, personally, anytime that I go on somebody else's show, or anytime that I am doing some kind of debate, or I'm in somebody else's live stream or something like that, it's just one of the most, it's just common sense. Don't ever interrupt somebody who is hosting it, or someone who's moderating. You let them talk. Obviously, if you're debating against somebody else who's on the stage with you, sure, you can interrupt them. It's very fun to do that. But the host himself, nah. You should know better.
He famously did a fluff piece for the Houthi terrorists, giving their pirating operation the stamp of approval from him and his entire audience.
That's so fire. Oh my god. Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hasan would get so much backlash for this, he would rewrite history only a month later, acting like he never knew this kid was a pirate.
I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi who killed probably a bunch of fucking sailors. Random.
Are you sure that he didn't?
Teenager.
He literally talks about being a Houthi on his social media, saying you should only be afraid if you're a Jew. And when it comes to engaging with different points of view or criticism, Hasan is as dishonest as ever.
Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing them? Man, suck my fucking dick, dumb.
Also, the greatest reaction to any kind of criticism is suck my dick. Awesome reaction. Absolute perfect reaction, right? I just imagine if every time I get criticized, I tell somebody to go kill themselves. Absolutely fantastic. Great reaction.
These people are brain broken. You don't know what the you're talking about.
This is gonna be a classic. That's the thing. There's a lot of dishonest folks on the internet that you have to protect yourself from, like data brokers who steal your information and sell it to spammers and scammers.
I'm not skipping through
Your
that.
full name, home address, health records, family members. It's all out there. That's why I use Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura automatically submits opt-out requests to these sites, which would otherwise be impossible to do. As you can see, I've had over 15 data brokers selling my phone number and address online, leading these annoying robocalls, ringing my phone 5 times a day, and leaving me open to being doxxed. This not only limits the—
Okay, hold on. Let me read the comments because I don't have it on my screen. This looks like such fun Lethal Company gameplay. Oh, you did ping me to play Lethal Company earlier today. I saw it as I was waking up, and I guess I just forgot to respond. But I didn't see anybody else respond to it except for Turbs. I didn't see Leon and Blaze respond either, so I just figured we weren't going to do it. A new guy was asking for an anime site to watch anime, and I sent him to H-Anime. Feeling proud right now. Oh, no, you didn't. No. Oh, my God. I got to give you props for that. That is crazy. That's crazy. Imagine someone asks you for one and you send them to a porn website. Yo, that's wild.
the amount of
That's
spam out
actually
there, but it also protects me
wild.
from hackers who could use this information to access my social media or
Oh
bank
my
accounts.
goodness.
Just this year, AT&T had a massive data breach of over 73 million former and current customers, exposing their personal information to the dark web. This is why you have to protect yourself online. It also comes with an antivirus, a VPN, password management system, and more without having to download all these other apps. It's all in one place.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do, okay? I'm gonna get a group together. We're gonna create like some kind of group chat. And everybody who wants to play Lethal Company, we're gonna, set aside a group of people to play, and then we're just gonna play. We're gonna pick a day out of the week, and we'll go play. I've gotten so many people asking me when we're gonna play Lethal Company, and I have yet to really answer any of them because everybody who wants to play Lethal Company with me, they all have different time schedules. So I'm just going to put everybody in the group chat and we're just going to figure that shit out. Because holy fuck. Already somebody else in chat is asking me about it. Yo.
You may have one or two of these tools already, but not having Aura is like locking the front door but leaving the back wide open. And it comes at a much cheaper price. Go to aura.com/Willymac to start your 14-day free trial to see if your information is getting leaked. It almost certainly is. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video.
Yeah, thank you for sponsoring the video.
I've been working for free.
That feels racist.
Other people's videos
Yo,
all the
wait a
time.
minute.
It's hard work. He's really exhausted by it. He claimed that streaming was more soul-sucking and draining on his social battery than a normal job.
Yes, a
So, okay, hold on. Let me let this play. Let me let this play for a minute.
real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired, but a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean?
Okay, so first off, let me just say this real quick. Hasan has never had a real job in his life, okay? A trust fund kid who grew up in a wealthy neighborhood doesn't know what struggle is, okay? He has no idea what a real job looks like. So for someone who's never had a real job to tell me that streaming is one of the most soul-sucking things that you could ever experience, shut the fuck up, okay? You have no idea what a soul-sucking job looks like. All you know is how to live stream. That is it. Honestly, when I saw this video or this clip of him saying this, I understood why the entire internet went off on him, because he has no idea. He's a fucking trust fund kid, college frat boy who found success doing live streams. That's it. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
I sympathize that every line of work is going to have its days where it's hard, but comparing streaming in any way to a real job is so out of touch, especially coming from the guy who leaves to eat mid-stream while other people's videos play. Hasan would obviously get a lot of heat for that, so he'd quote tweet me saying, "It's wild how this completely out of context clip made it."
There he goes. There he goes. Out of context. The best argument he could possibly have out of context. I have a friend. Wait, hold on. Of course, we still got different schedules on. Yeah. We're gonna work that out. I had a friend who had a 1 million trust fund. Holy shit, lucky them. Waiting for them, and they work for fun. Yeah, a lot of people. You be honest. I actually worked with quite a few people who, have money. Like they could quit their jobs and be completely fine. And the only reason why they stay at the jobs that they're working on is because they genuinely enjoy doing it. And I think that's fine. I actually know a waitress whose husband makes about $2 million a year. I think she's like $2.3 million a year. And she could quit her job and just be a stay-at-home wife and whatnot. But the reason why she still works is because she enjoys talking to customers. She enjoys the interaction she has. She enjoys serving. That's something that gives her some kind of fulfillment. So you don't necessarily, Hasan is just out of touch with the world, okay? He's just a special case. I don't understand how someone who all you have to do is sit at home and live stream for a long period of time is complaining about how hard it is, right? Like, and honestly, he's a multi-millionaire from what I understand. Fucking just stop. If it's so soul-sucking, stop. Just stream for 4 hours instead of 9 hours. Come on, dog. You can afford not to stream for a while. You really can't afford it.
I was talking about how streaming eats away at my social battery compared to my sales job, but people already
Wait,
understand
do a
the
sales
context. They
job?
just disagree.
Yo.
His own chat disagrees.
Not a
Comparing it to retail work is just so funny. He's trying to get his chat to ratio me on stream while they're telling him he has a bad take.
Pass. It was a bad take. Let's just move on.
It was a bad take. Yeah, it was.
Because imagine a soul-crushing job and then you still don't have money to take care of your family. Yeah, I famously say work is not soul-crushing. I don't understand. This is why people stop watching. No, man. It's not because of hater content that people stop watching. Your chat is not even on your side with the real reason why people stop watching is because shit like this pops, dude. It bangs. It bangs on Twitter. It's like, and new people that would normally filter in here are immediately negatively polarized against me. That's it.
When people would ask Hasan what he thought of the criticism, he would say that he's too much of an adult to be bothered by it.
Where do you see the Webby take? I did not. I did not look at any of these takes. You want to know why? Because I'm a motherfucking adult.
No, because you can't handle criticism. That's why. It's because you can't handle criticism. Oh shit, my camera's buggy. Oh man, it's because you can't handle criticism. That's why you don't like watching other people. Hold on, let me fix my camera. This has been bothering me for a while. But you can't handle criticism, and that's why you don't like it when that's why you can't have a proper response. You can't handle criticism. That's all it is. That's all it is. Honestly, that's all it is.
Who lives in the real world. And it doesn't matter.
But as the stream progressed, it became increasingly obvious that it definitely did bother him. Muda would point out that even with the extra context, he still disagrees. And Hasan would say Muda is just posturing.
It's honestly posturing specifically to be like, I, as an online content creator, am very close to you guys. I'm just like you. I hate when streamers say stuff like this. I'm very different. And it's like, bro, you understand the context of it. It doesn't... You understand the context of what I said. You see that it's like clipped out of context. And
it's not out of context. It's not out of context. Holy shit.
Even in context is still stupid.
He then pulls up Muda's tweets on Palestine to discredit him and show that he's a bad person.
That's crazy that the fucking fence is holding him. That's crazy. He's sitting hard on that thing, dude. He's like, this genocide stuff is very complex.
But Hasan would hit a boiling point when Ludwig would upload a video disagreeing with him.
There ain't no fucking way MAGA Male made a huge streaming controversy video. There's no fucking way. Motherfucker avoided, like the plague, 8 Nick Merckx LGBT controversies only to turn around and make a MAGA Male. What is the thumbnail? Let me see this. Streaming is the hardest job on earth.
Okay, I might have mixed this. I might have missed it, but what is MAGA Male? What do you mean by making a MAGA Male? Is that a term? Because I thought that was the name of the YouTube channel. What is a MAGA Male? If anybody knows, please let me know. I have no idea what he's talking about.
He's so mad. So Ludwig shows all the context and he still disagrees, making a lighthearted joke about Hasan. And Hasan feels devastated.
But I wanted to talk about this as a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding. I would look. I just.
Oh God, it just annoys me because like it's such a fake fucking thing to do. It's just literally using someone who you're friends with, like being maliciously clipped out of context to be like, I'm actually one of the good content creators. I know how privileged I am. It's like, yeah, I do too.
When Hasan says something is out of context,
sure, buddy.
It's never missing context. It just means...
Well, hold on. Let me check the comments. Show your headline at 10. My hairline? I need a edge up. I need an edge up. That's why. You know why I wear beanies now? It's because I've decided to let my hair grow out because I turned 30 this year. So two of the things that I'm doing is I'm trying to lose weight, by the time I hit 30. Because I'm trying to go from looking like a fat motherfucker to at least having a dad bod. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. I said it while eating cake. Ain't that some fucked up shit? I'm eating cake right now. So obviously you can tell it's working well. But another thing I'm doing is that all of my brothers have either dreadlocks or braids or like they have their hair in twists or something. I've always kept my hair short. That's kind of how I loved having my hair. But since I'm turning 30 this year, I decided that I'm going to grow my hair out. And when I turn 30 in November, I'm going to like maybe have it in twist or, braid it up or do something. I don't know if my hair is going to be long enough by that point. Because it's already like, I want to say it's like a couple inches or like an inch and a half right now. But that's one of the reasons why I've been wearing my like beanies more often. So my hair is a mess. It is a mess. If I comb it out and like pick it out, it's like, I think it like comes out to here. Like it's really big. But that's the reason why I've been wearing beanies. Because I'm too lazy to actually clean it up for a live stream. I don't care that much. I love you guys, but I don't care that much.
means they disagree with him. Hasan would go full mask off when an audience member pointed this out.
Yeah, it's like no different than what Muda did. He showed the
30,
context,
flirty,
though.
and thriving.
It doesn't matter that he showed the context. It's just
It
the way to
doesn't
just...
matter he showed the context. It doesn't matter that he showed the context. I'm just mad. Perfect response, Hasan. Absolutely perfect. Fucking hate Hasan. Holy shit.
Literally farm off the fucking drama.
Well, then don't say it's out of context. Hasan doesn't have any way to really defend himself, so he molds and then just goes back to saying everything's out of context.
Watch this.
I got
Video.
used like a cum rag for a Rocket Mortgage ad, dude. Come on. Dude, come on.
Why
bro.
are you...
farm me like that?
That's also something else. He complained about an ad. Like, the majority... We just got finished watching an ad. That's not farming, okay? That's called sponsorship, which he should know about. Because as far as I understand, he's sponsored. I'm not sponsored. Maybe one day I'll be sponsored. But as far as I know, he's fucking sponsored. So why are you complaining about somebody having an ad in their own YouTube videos when your own videos also have ads? Fucking... Oh, I hate Hasan. Holy shit, I do not like him. I'm so happy this video is out. I genuinely do not like Hasan.
Jesus Christ, that's lame as fuck, actually.
Lame as fuck,
Like,
actually. Shut
I
up.
thought he was at least gonna... Oh, yeah. For a good cause, at least. Yeah, dude. He's a great cause. He
Does it
threw me
matter?
the flames, posted a fucking Twitter, a fake tweet, said that, we are so privileged, actually, which he's right, we are. He just said it was out of context, farmed me regardless, moved on to be like, look how nice I am, and sold a fucking Rocket Mortgage ad in the process.
Hasan would end his stream, and his fans would try to pressure Ludwig into taking down the video.
You should call Hasan and apologize. Why is Hasan mad?
I was gonna say
What'd I
something,
do?
but I'm not.
Oh no.
Destiny!
What'd I do? Because I'm a mogul male?
When you talk about like a real debater, a real master debater, Destiny's on top, bro. I would hate to get into a debate with him because I know I'd lose. I'd probably lose to Hasan too, to be completely honest. I probably would lose to Hasan. I do think Hasan is smarter than I am. But the only reason why I lose to Hasan is because he's talking over me. Not because he's making good points, but because he's just talking over me. Because, he doesn't make good points.
Did call Hasan, he's crying unironically.
Farm for views? Oh, well, I mean, shit, if that's the deal. I'll just fucking pull him out of the thumbnail, and then I feel like it doesn't really matter
Pussy. Ludwig is a pussy for this move. This move was an actual pussy move.
very much, right? I feel like outside the thumbnail, you can't really make that argument much.
But this wouldn't be enough for him, so Ludwig would take down the video and re-record the whole thing, siding with Hasan the whole time.
People don't really
Pussy
care
move.
about the conversation. People
Absolute
don't really care
bitch
about the
move. Holy
conversation.
shit.
They just care about getting Twitter likes, which is all this really is, which is why people like Keemstar are tweeting out shit like this just for a dunk sesh, because nobody gives a fucking shit. Nobody gives a rat's ass about the facts or about any people involved. They just care about a little Twitter like, little impression.
Ludwig got a single DM that said no balls and then showed a tweet about bringing assassinations back. For some reason, acting like this was a serious threat.
And this is the one that set me over the edge. Now, this is a DM from a guy that just said no balls because I removed the video. Again, what the fucking plan to re-upload the video? But he messages me and he says no balls. Now,
Which he never did, by the way. He said he was gonna re-upload. He was gonna re-upload the video. He never re-uploaded it.
By itself, you don't think much of it. But then I clicked on his
Ben Shapiro. I actually like Ben Shapiro. I don't always agree with him, but I do like Ben Shapiro.
Twitter account, and I see that he said this: "Wish assassinations were a real thing." This isn't a
What is this tweet? Hold on, I'm confused. What does this tweet have to do with anything related to you? Like, how is this related to the message of him saying no balls? When we talk about out of context, this is out of context. This is actually out of context.
quote retweet to people in this situation. Not trying to say who. I'm not trying to get demonetized here. But what a fucking crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say.
Why is it crazy? His name is Mr. Penis Head. It's got a single like, and Ludwig's virtue signaling got how un-American this guy is.
To now be a guy who's wishing for assassinations, cause why? The guy you don't like online is millionaire? Said something you don't like? It's the most un-American thing I ever heard in my fucking life. What's more beautiful about being an American?
Freedom of speech isn't. Am I bugging? Freedom of speech, is that not American? I'm pretty sure somebody saying I wish assassinations were real, which they still are. Is that not part of freedom of speech? That's pretty American. It might not be the best thing you can say. You might not agree with it, but I'm pretty sure that's
Then seeing someone you don't
pretty
fucking
American.
like, but they're allowed to say whatever the fuck you don't like.
Also, what do you mean by Robbie No? What do you mean by Robbie No? Ben Shapiro. I like Ben Shapiro. What you mean? I actually like him. He's pretty awesome. I just don't agree with him all the time. That's all it is. Debating the final boss Yukina. Holy shit, dog. Oh, bro, Yukina could not. Oh man, I've been debating whether I'm gonna announce this on live stream or if I'm gonna talk about it in the future, but oh man, I'm gonna save it. I'm not gonna say anything until it comes time, because I still have a lot of research to do. There's a lot of research that I need to do. But I will say this: like when you mentioned debating Yukina, it's like debating a fifth grader. Like there's no she. Oh, holy shit! It's more of a headache than anything. Absolutely, no, it's terrible.
Blows my mind.
Why are we taking Mr. Penis Head's joke tweets so seriously? Hasan literally tweeted a picture of the same 3D printed gun that was used to assassinate the former Japanese Prime Minister. And he did this to a United States Senator. But Mr. Penis Head way too far. Ludwig's a coward for taking this video down. It's so funny to me that Hasan has this expectation that his friends need to defend him at every turn for every dumb thing he says. Vosh's community makes fun of Hasan for his poor coverage of Ukraine. And Hasan wants it down.
So just to be clear, I want my own friends to do this, okay? If I make a statement and you don't agree with it, hold me accountable. You know what I'm saying? Like call me out for it. If you don't agree with what I have to say, we can debate about it. We can talk about it. That's completely fine. I don't want people in my circle who agree with everything I have to say. I think that's very disingenuous. If you don't agree with me, you can state that you don't agree with me. If I say something wrong, call me out for it. That's the kind of people I want in my circle. Because I want to learn from the people around me, and I want the people around me to learn from me. Not so we can jerk each other off, you know?
This is not a leftist community at all, for the record. I don't know. I really thought so. I reached out to Vosh earlier today. I was like, listen, dude, I see something going on that I don't like. I'm letting you know it's a never-ending death spiral. It will turn out bad if you just like allow this kind of shit to foster. And he was like, he was literally like, yeah, no, off. Like these were legitimate criticisms. I was like, bro, they were literally clipping.
Nobody was
Twitter
clipping anything.
Criticizing Russia to make it seem like I was pro-Russia. How is that in any way, shape, or form legitimate criticism?
He's lying again, saying it's out of context when it's not. I have a whole video documenting it. XQC ranks Hasan a little lower on a tier list, and Hasan cries about it.
Like, whenever your chat was like calling me out or whatever, when mentioning Moon and NMP Lol, Asmongold, and all these other content creators.
Is there somebody named Moon? What was that? Moon or Moo? Dog, if your streamer name is Moo, we need to. We probably need to talk, dog. We need to talk. Hold on. You know that diss track coming soon. I need to get that. I'm gonna get that to you by the end of today. Question: what if you debate with someone and it gets too heated? What would you do? And I mean, like both of you can't see eye to eye. So if I debate somebody and we can't see eye to eye, typically speaking, we just can't see eye to eye. We'll just agree to disagree. I've been in enough debates and I've argued with enough people to know that there comes a point where we both stand firmly on our beliefs, and I'll just direct them and say, hey, look, man, obviously we're not going to agree on the same thing. There's no middle ground for the both of us. Let's just, agree to disagree. It doesn't necessarily have to, because again, you're not going to always agree with everything people have to say, right? How the fuck am I gonna do this? So yeah, that's typically how I handle debates like that. But again, it really just depends.
Actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going absolutely bananas over random dumb shit.
Wait, what was that? I agree with racism because I believe in free speech. What does racism have to do with free speech? What the fuck?
And bringing my name
Brother,
up for no
you're
fucking
out of
reason.
touch.
And I thought that for the past year, you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat. And I thought that was fucked up. Especially as someone who thought...
Actually, I take that back. You probably could argue racism is free speech if you're talking about your extreme dislike for another person's culture or race or whatever. I mean, I guess it's kind of fucked up, but I mean, I guess you could argue that. If you're going that route, then I can understand to a certain extent. But outside of that, racism has nothing to do with free speech.
We were
I mean, it's hate speech, I guess.
friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
But when Ethan was begging Hasan to moderate his chat from calling him pro-genocide every 30 seconds, Hasan's like, it's out of my hands. You did it to yourself.
Not
By
you
the way,
now.
I'm not even defending I'm not even like, I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant, fine as fuck.
I love you,
Why
but
don't
there's
you
only so
moderate?
much I
And
can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of
Ethan, I love you, but there's
talking
only
shit
so much
about
I can do
Matt?
if you're
Like,
making that argument. You know that, right? Like, at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way.
You know,
Yeah, but you can moderate your chat. This is, bro, I hated this shit so much. You can moderate your chat. I'm moderating my chat, okay? Whenever Vision, we're doing a live stream, and I have Vision here, I have Vision moderate my chat, okay? I do need to find more mods for my chat, just in case I do grow to an extent to where I can't keep my eye on chat. Because even now, I can't really keep my eye on chat because I'm watching 2 different screens, and then I have my live chat on my phone. But again, you can have moderators for your chat, and also unless it's valid criticism, I wouldn't allow my chat to go and harass somebody. That's just common sense, right? Like, I tell people on my Discord all the time, don't harass anybody. And Terps, you brought up Diddy. After this video, I'm gonna talk about that real quick. Since you brought up the Diddler, I came across a video that I want to watch, but it's gonna be after this video.
at what point is Hasan responsible for the words that come out of his mouth? Zero self-awareness.
I've gotten
Honestly.
criticism, like it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now.
That's bullshit.
So what you gonna do? If you're number one, shove it up your ass and make it number two.
Oh.
Hasan didn't like
You want to be a moderator, Terps? All you have to do is ask. I trust you enough.
Destiny's debate with Ben Shapiro. He called Destiny an idiot for not picking apart
I also need to remove Yukina as one of my mods. I forgot that she was a mod. I need to go and take care of that before she does some stupid shit. Cause, yeah.
Ben's points. Hasan's advice that he tries to give Destiny is terrible. He's like, never let Ben explain anything.
The problem is, you shouldn't actually ever...
It says some retard. See, I want you to pay attention to what I said. I said for whenever I start growing. So, you know, I don't think I have to explain it to an extent to in depth, right? I said whenever I start growing, I'm going to probably need more mods because I'm not going to be able to let chat. So, you know, unplug your ears and stop being a fucking retard and pay attention to the words that I'm saying. You'll catch on to that. I didn't say I needed more mods now because I don't. But when I start growing, I probably will need them because I'm not going to be able to pay attention. Holy shit, pay attention.
ask him, like, how do you enforce that? Because then you're kind of conceding. You're giving him an opportunity to describe his like idiotic worldview, and Ben is a very skilled debater, and he will try to present his handmaiden tale as dystopia in like a relatively positive way.
But that's how good conversations work. One person talks and then the other person
Hasan doesn't know how the good conversation works because he doesn't conversate with nobody. He just yells at them and jerks himself off.
responds. If you don't go down their logical thought process, how will you ever understand their argument? It's no wonder all of Hasan's debates turn into screaming matches. Now, this debate was widely praised for being civil, respectable, and for allowing there to be a deeper conversation than just name calling.
No cap. The Ben Shapiro versus Destiny debate was actually really good. The only reason why I didn't watch it on live stream was because it was kind of boring. It was definitely kind of boring, and I knew for the audience that I typically try to appeal to, you guys probably would not enjoy watching that. That's just particularly just watching, I guess to watch privately. I just watched it on my own because I knew live streaming it probably wouldn't be that good content.
I don't want to show you too much because it's a little dry. It's a politically nuanced conversation.
Hasan is unfortunately the dumbest guy here this time. Please just simply tell me why you think that is the case instead of just saying that and making yourself feel smart. Because that is what dumb guys do.
My guys, that's you. The master masturbator Hasan would get a chance to show off his debate tactics on Piers Morgan, but unfortunately would run into someone as stubborn as himself. Emily is pro-Israeli Hasan.
Holy shit. This debate was the worst debate of all time that I ever seen. Like, imagine being on Piers Morgan's show, and you got like 4 other people that you're supposed to be arguing with, and you hyper focus on one person because they don't agree with your stance, and you continuously interrupt the host because you don't. Oh no, my character died. I fucked up. I'm paying so much attention to this. But yeah, this debate was just absolutely horrible. Holy shit.
She's loud and overly dramatic, demonizing everyone.
How dare you? How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence.
Yeah, these two were made for each other. I ship them. When going on a show to debate Israel and Palestine, the number one question you will be asked is, do you think October 7th was justified? And Hasan refuses to answer directly.
It does seem that you're very selective about...
I'm not surprised by that. I remember was Robbie... Wait, what? I remember was when Robbie removed Yukina from mod in one of the events. Dog, I removed Yukina from like everything. And now it's worse now. So I'm just going to tell you that the drama between me and Yukina is probably going to get significantly worse. It's going to get so much worse. I don't think I should talk about it on stream. I genuinely don't think I should talk about it on stream, but I can just tell you that I've heard a few things from the grapevine. I've gotten a few screenshots, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I'm just trying to debate how I'm going to handle this situation, because from what I understand, she's going around lying to a lot of people about a lot of things. But I can't tell you that at the end of all this drama, she's going to lose. And karma is a real thing. It is going to be nasty. It's going to be nasty how I get back at her. Oh my God. I actually can't wait. I actually can't wait.
About the violence that you support. That when you support it, it's justified. When other people use things in a violent way that you don't support, it's unjustified. Seems like it's all skewed to what Hasan Piker thinks.
Well, not necessarily just what I think. I think that there are obvious markers, obvious boundaries. I don't think violence against civilians is justified. I have talked about October 7 on this very same show, saying that it was a tragedy. It was atrocities that occurred on October 7 specifically. When you target civilians in any capacity, I think that that is unacceptable. However, this does not mean that violence will not occur in many circumstances. Violence has occurred in every single revolutionary action. Many good revolutionary actions.
Piers now asks the obvious question, which is, does Hamas attack count as one of those good revolutionary actions?
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an example of what you would call a justified revolution?
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I don't look at every...
That's not answering the question. You didn't answer the question.
You've just been reciting a whole load of them.
Of oppression.
Why are you avoiding October the 7th?
You do it too.
No, I don't.
I'm not avoiding it. I've talked about it a million times over.
Let me ask you one more time.
Oh, shit.
This is not what we're here to discuss.
Emily, hang on.
This is not what we're here to discuss.
Let me just ask you directly one more time.
Just answer the question. He doesn't, so Piers asks again.
Let me ask you one more time. Do you believe what happened on October the 7th was a justified act of revolution? Yes or no?
I do not, and I do think that. Oh wait, hold on.
Yep.
Let me clarify.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Clarify something very important.
This is not this, bro. It's not a hard question to answer. It's such not a hard question to answer. It's a yes or no question. If the fact that you had to say yes and then justify why you said yes, justify why you said yes. I don't know why I just tripped over the word yes. That just means you don't believe in what you have to say. You don't believe in it at all. So you should have said no.
here.
And actually, the correct answer is no, technically speaking.
Do you not have an answer ready? He talks about how Israel is an apartheid regime, continuing to dodge the question, so Piers continues to ask it.
I just want to bring in our two British panelists here, but just finally, just to clarify, Hasan, I can't quite work out whether you said you do think October the 7th was an unjustified act of revolution or whether you changed your mind. So can you clarify?
That eye roll right there, he's rolling his eyes because Pierce won't let it go, and he has to answer it, but he can't answer it.
I think that violent means
fuck
of maintaining an apartheid is inevitably going to yield violent retaliation.
Just say yes. If you're arguing that these people have been abused and oppressed for so long, this is the only option they had, then fine.
Sesame Matar, everybody did better than Hasan. Hasan couldn't answer a single question.
It's not an illegal position. He's so worried about optics, he can't even communicate what he thinks.
I do not, and I do think that. Oh wait, hold on. That's let me clarify.
I find it funny that when Piers does this to opposing guests, Hasan loves it. He calls it real journalism.
Here is a 5-minute fest where Piers Morgan actually genuinely becomes a journalist for a brief moment. Let's watch.
You literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
You have no idea how many civilians you've killed. If you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, you must know how many civilians you've killed.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14,000. I said around 14,000.
Okay, can we hold on? Wait a minute. So, just out of curiosity, doesn't this guy look like a serial killer? Like an actual secret serial killer? The dude at the bottom? The guy that not Hasan, sorry, that Piers is talking to, he looked like he's killed people before. Bro, the shirt he's wearing is like choking the shit out of him. That shirt is choking the shit out of him. Yo, he actually looks like a serial killer. Holy
Whereas
shit.
Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians
give me
will look
a
at.
ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
I gave you the numbers that I had.
No, you told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't seem to have any idea how many civilians you've killed.
I saw a TikTok about this, and they were all saying you turned Piers Morgan into a believer. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it's a shocking display. And as a fair and balanced reporter of facts, I will hand it to Piers. This is an unimaginable W.
But when Piers does the same thing to Hasan because he won't answer, that's because he's biased. Piers repeated the question one more time, and it about breaks Hasan.
Hasan, just before I come to the two people who are with me here, I just need some clarity here, because it seems like you're dancing around whether you think October the 7th was justified or not.
Why are we doing this?
Because you won't answer the question. That's why we're doing this.
Why are we doing this back and forth masturbation? I've already given you my...
Oh, masturbation? Wait a minute. Are you offering Hasan? Because I'm not saying I'm not down, but I'm just saying.
Why are you doing this?
I'm
He's
sick
happy.
and tired
It's
of
Jews
repeating it
being
over and over
killed.
again.
Okay,
Because it's Jews, it's okay.
Ask this
Emily,
demon
stop
next to me wearing
Emily,
a fucking
I'll come back
IDF
to you.
dog
Only
tag.
when it's Jews, it's okay.
Please
We're
stop
not
shouting
doing
at
Demon
each
next
other.
to me wearing an IDF dog tag if she actually thinks Israel's actions are
Bring them
justifiable.
home.
I'm not gonna lie. You calling her a demon? She do look like she a demon though, but not in a bad way. She do look like a demon.
Do you
It's
see
to bring
me
the
rocking
hostages
the fucking...
home. The hostages
All right,
that you
you're talking
rightly
over each
believe
other.
belong
Doesn't
there.
matter.
All right.
You know what it
Tunnels
is.
of
This whole time, by the way, the other two panelists haven't even been introduced. Hasan then asks the inverse question to Emily, but she answers very clearly.
Stop doing this to each
Hey,
other, please.
Emily,
Nobody
Emily,
can understand a
can you
word
condemn the
either of you
actions
are
of
saying.
Israel?
Now, let me come to Esther and James here. This is one of my problems.
No, I want to
actually.
hear if Emily condemns
No,
the actions of
Hassan,
Israel.
you
Why
will
don't you
please
ask her
let me
about that?
moderate the debate.
Why don't you ask-
Bro, this is, bruv, holy shit. When you're, I said this earlier, never, ever, ever, ever interrupt a moderator when they're managing a debate. Don't interrupt the host unless the host is also part of the debate. Don't interrupt the moderator, because again, you're setting up a bad impression of yourself, and you won't be invited on shows like this ever again, because you're just a bad, what's it called? You're a bad guest. Like this is like debate tactics 1-on-1. Never argue with the moderator. I'm sorry, don't interrupt the moderator. Don't interrupt the host. It's not your show. You're a guest on their show. Like fuck.
about
I don't condemn
30,000.
the
That was the reason why. This is one of the reasons why this whole debate was just a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
I've got two
I
panelists
condemn
here
the
who've not
fact
had a
that on
word
October
yet.
7th,
Because you're a
they
fucking
kidnapped
terrorist.
civilians
Stop
from their
talking.
homes. And I think you're a terrorist.
So yeah, this has been very productive. Finally, Esther answers that same October 7th question, and she does so precisely and clearly while bodying these two clowns.
This happened in a vacuum. Of course, October the 7th
Yes, Queen. Yes, Queen. Yo, she had some pog answers.
was an atrocity, and it was
She was the champion of this entire debate.
completely unjustified. There was no justification for butchering people in the way that they did. But it didn't happen in a vacuum. A lot of the people that live in Gaza weren't even born at the time that Hamas came in power. So I really just, I despise this, you're a terrorist sympathizer, you're a genocide supporter, all of this, when really the people that we should be talking about deserve better.
Okay.
Best fucking answer in the entire debate. Bruv.
James.
Now watch us on. Now watch us on.
The point of these protests.
Cook, Hasan, cook.
Well, I couldn't get to that part because I wanted to describe what the apartheid is, and
Okay.
Emily cut in immediately to chirp about some random shit.
Okay.
He's so salty.
Look, Hasan,
But
hang on,
can I add
Emily,
something?
please.
And why would you need to describe what an apartheid is to everybody who on that panel knows what an apartheid is? If they didn't know what an apartheid was, they wouldn't even show up to this debate because that would be such an easy dunk. Such a fucking wow.
I'll
Why?
come to you. Let me just ask Hasan. When you and Emily go at each other like you just did, nobody wins. I mean, no one can really understand a word you're saying because you're shouting over each other. You end up just calling each other terrorists. There's no sensible dialogue here. There's no constructive conversation. It's just two
No, but I do
implacably
think-
opposed sides abusing each other. Do you understand that?
Yeah, listen, Piers, okay? This is going to always be a very heated discussion, okay? Having a conversation about how heated this discussion is utterly unproductive.
How are you supposed to have a productive conversation on this topic, educating people, if everyone is so emotional they can't even let each other speak? He's so emotional he can't even see the obvious flaws in his logic. The point he tries to make is absurd.
You tell me I'm wearing an IDF dog.
Okay, hold on. By the way, everyone lately talking about Sakana, but how is no one talking about the stuff Mio did? Hold on. Is there some lore? Is there some lore that I don't know about? Wait, hold on. Wait. Yo, I don't know what's been happening if you're talking about Shu and the stuff that's happening within the anime soul community, blah, blah, blah. I haven't been a part of it. Ever since I got demoted, I really haven't been part of everything. Because if I jump in to give my 2 cents on everything that's happening, I promise you Ethan will ban me. Ethan will come out and ban me. I promise you. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to bet by the end of this year, I probably will get banned. It probably will happen by the end of this year. But it's one of the reasons why I haven't talking about. But if there's some lore that I don't know about, by all means, please do tell me. I'm curious.
Dog tag. I'm wearing a bring them home for the hostages that you. No, it says bring them home.
You're using
This says bring
the
them home.
hostages as a simple political tool to make
As
propaganda
what?
in the West is quite disgusting. The
What?
protests that are happening in Israel
Humans
right
in
now are massive.
captivity are a
And
political tool?
And those protests,
What?
you are using
Hassan,
humans in
pause. Why do
captivity
you
as a
think the
political
hostages
tool.
are
It's
dehuman-
so obvious.
Why-
Yeah, but so is
Yeah, that was a stupid comment by Hasan. But I actually don't know much about the Israel versus Palestine war and whatnot for 2 reasons. One, I don't really care about it because I just haven't been interested. Also, 2, I'm not educated on it, which is one of the reasons why I've never spoken about it. And the reason why I'm live streaming today, because this is technically debate day. This is the day when I go into the Discord and we go have our debates, was because they're talking about Israel versus Palestine. And I'm not going to be that one retard who goes into a debate not knowing anything. I'm not fucking Hasan, right? But from what I do know, I don't think anybody who has a soul would use hostages as some kind of promotional, some kind of war promotion, as he's claiming. That doesn't make any sense to me, but you know.
Hamas, right? That's why they took the hostages in the first place, to use them as political tools. James correctly points this out, and Hasan loses it.
Anyone is using hostages, surely it's Hamas, Hasan. How can you say that? How can you use that argument? That's a crazy thing to say. It's Hamas that have taken these people from their homes,
tens of thousands of people in Israel. There are currently tens of thousands of Israeli citizens right now in the streets of Israel, in the streets of Tel Aviv, outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's house, protesting every single day. What are they protesting? They're protesting for Benjamin Netanyahu to facilitate a ceasefire with Hamas so that they can actually bring the hostages home. That is precisely the number one goal of the family members of the hostages. And if anyone on this panel was being even a little bit honest, they would recognize the reality that, just listen.
You didn't listen to my question.
James is right. He's dodging his question.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand perhaps what I'm trying to imply
here. That's very patronizing.
Utilizing the hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fine type.
What does it matter who he is? Hasan is such a fucking retard. What does it matter about him being in London and who he is? What does it matter? You're on a panel to debate something, to debate the topic, and you can't even debate it because you're getting too heated. You're not even listening. Can't even answer a simple yes or no question. Fucking tool.
Bullshit. You're talking about how you want to free Palestine, but also simultaneously, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the up. You don't know anything, okay?
Bro, this guy lives in a $3 million home in California and drives a $250,000 Porsche. You're all equally unqualified.
I agree
Hassan doesn't like what you have to say, so you're wrong. It's Hassan's way or the highway.
I mean, you
wow,
are.
Really
There is no both sides on a genocide. Is there a
really
both sides
clever.
of a genocide? There is
What do
no
you mean?
both sides.
Well, the thing is, it's interesting you should mention the hostages.
There is
What
no
is in the
both
Hamas
sides
charter?
and
They want
apartheid.
to do
Piers ends the debate early because Emily and Hasan won't stop talking over each other. The dialogue is completely fruitless. He stares in the camera, looking like he wants to end it all.
Saying
Yes,
we are
Hamas
fighting
is
human
human
animals and we have to cut off
Hamas-
their electricity.
correct.
I felt really. I'm not a big fan of Piers Morgan myself. I think he has a lot of W's, and I also think he takes a lot of L's. But I actually genuinely felt bad for Piers Morgan in this debate because he couldn't do anything. There was no real. It was just like Hasan masturbating to himself like this entire debate. It was just, bruh, worst debate of the year, quite literally.
Cut off their food. Cut off their water.
Cut off their food. Cut off their water.
You know what? I'm going to cut off. I'm going to cut off this debate.
of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to cut off the
That's
debate
not
because
Israel.
we're getting
Israel
absolutely
provides-
nowhere. But I appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
Hasan's debate strategy was much more entertaining than Destiny's debate with Ben, but I didn't learn a goddamn thing. Nobody watching this changed their opinion or learned anything new about the conflict. Hasan does nothing for this topic. Even he agrees that it was a complete waste of time.
I unironically realized, like, I can't have these conversations with people who are just like dick riding Israel into oblivion. It's just not going to be productive discourse. I was screaming, dude. He probably we didn't make good TV.
Hold on, I didn't read this comment, but I saw it. I'm literally talking about the latest episode of Data Live. Oh, yo, I actually made a comment about that in what was it, card chat, about Mio being like the most overpowered character I've ever seen in an anime. I don't know if I should talk about it because it is spoilers to those who haven't seen it, but she's so overpowered. Holy shit, she just said, I don't believe in it, so it shouldn't exist. Snap. Yo, everybody's ability just stopped working. Bro, that was like, that's what is it? Some One Punch Man type shit right there. Yo, dog.
Because I nuked it. Probably came off unhinged.
I really do believe.
You can't talk about Yukina and Mio in the same sentence, brother, because you're gonna have me absolutely confused. Those didn't make sense. I thought you were talking about like another person within like the server. I was so confused. You got to be more specific. But again, that could have been my retard. I probably had a retard moment for not realizing what you were talking about. But it's such a broad topic. Holy shit, you caught me off guard there. I give you props.
believe if he was just less emotional and engaged with arguments more directly, he would look a lot better. Instead, he frames it as everyone else is just doing this for career opportunities.
That's the problem. Every single one of these like pro-Israeli people are doing it for fucking career opportunities.
He gets mad at Brianna Wu for supporting how police handled protesters and compares her having the last name Wu to a white person saying the N-word.
How does she have the last name Wu? She married an Asian dude. And I guess like transitive property makes her Asian. I don't know. It's very strange. Like, okay, so I guess Riley Reid can say the N-word then. Like, what do you mean? It's not it.
Couple things there. Couple things there. One, Riley Reid has like an entire song where she says the N-word, right? And she got the N-word pass from like a lot of black people within the community, which is one of the reasons why she didn't get canceled. I didn't approve of it. But also I don't really care. Because the only thing I can do about it is complain behind a computer screen. It's not really like I'm not gonna go up to Riley Reid and beat the shit out of her. Like that's not happening. And I wouldn't even advise anybody to do that in the first place. But I don't think that's such a bad take. You comparing somebody for having is it a Chinese last name, Wu? You're comparing that because she married a Chinese or an Asian person and got his last name to Riley Reid saying the N-word. How is that comparable at all? How? Such a fucking retarded take.
It don't work that way.
Her last name is Wu because that's her husband's last name. What is he talking about? Hasan was terrible in this debate. He managed to make a majority pro-Palestine panel hate him. In Hasan is the best thing to happen in the IDF. He makes his side look so crazy. He mocks
hold on. I didn't read this comment. Let's see. Why are these people on live TV and what is the relevance of them? It's just a debate. People are just debating on the Israel and Palestine war. Robbie trying to get educated on one of the most sensational topics in the world by listening to Hasan. No. First off, I would never try to learn anything from Hasan. I'm not saying Hasan is not an intelligent person. I do think he's very intelligent, but he's a yapper. He just yaps about shit that he has no idea what he's talking about. Or rather, he has very little idea what he's talking about. And also, I typically just stay away from I typically try to stay away from politics that involve war, right? Because I'm not a big fan of war. Because typically speaking, anytime that I talk to people about any kind of war that's going on in the world, I have a bad take. Okay? I have a really bad take on it because I do believe war is economically, or rather war helps stabilize the economy. It's a bad take, but it's not true. I mean, sorry, it's a bad take, but it is true, because anytime that we go to war, the economy starts to stabilize because obviously we end up creating more jobs. We end up, gas prices and everything start to go down. The economy starts to flatline. And this is the worst part of it all, is that because we have a increase of deaths, there's more people. Damn, how do I say this without sounding like a horrible person? Because there's no way for me. This is what I mean when I say like I don't like talking about it, because I have a really bad take on it. But I mean, just look at it. Just look at it over history. Every time we have a war, we end up going through some of the, except for I guess you can say what was happening during the Great Depression? There was something. I need to go back and read my history books, dog. It's been a while since I studied. But wasn't it the Cold War? No, I'm pretty sure we were economically stable during the Cold War as well, because we were busy making weapons. So there goes the job market there, going through an influx. And even now, I'm assuming when it comes to weapons manufacturing, we would still have more jobs. Birth rates would also increase. So there's more people being born, but again, there's also more deaths. So, again, it's such a complicated take. I just genuinely don't like talking about it. How though it's putting us deeper into the recession. You have proof of that? How is it put? That's not what's putting us into the recession. The war is not putting us into the recession. If anything, I'll tell you this real quick. If we were to ever go into World War III, we would probably how do I say this? If we were to ever go into World War III, our economy would probably start to stabilize more. And it's fucking terrible. Because again, we create more jobs in weapon manufacturing. We ended up a lot of people would end up living in fear. We do more jobs into what is it called? Promotion, signing up for the army, signing up for all different kinds of hold on. When you say war, what do you mean by war that is centered around America being involved, or war that happens around America? No, I mean America being involved. If we were to get involved in the war, like we would hold on. That's a good question. Because then the question, then we have to ask, if it's centered around America, how much is America's involvement, right? Like, are we sending out are we sending out supplies? Are we sending out support of any kind? Because then I guess you could say we're involved that way. But I don't think that would help. That wouldn't help our economy much. If we have to send out support to other countries, I think that would actually hurt us more than it would actually help. But if we're directly involved, that would actually help out more for our economy. But again, I could be yapping because I haven't studied this. I mean, I have studied it, but I haven't looked into it recently. But from history, every time that America gets involved in a war, our economy tends to have like a drastic increase. What happened with the Civil War? What happened with World War I? What happened with World War II? The only one I'm not sure about is the Cold War. I'm actually not sure about the Cold War. But I do know for every other war, World War I, World War II, and the Civil War, our economy is like quickly advancing. But again, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some more research because again, I don't want to just be yapping.
Destiny for reading Wikipedia.
Seems like he does more research than you. No, you just came in here to say that because you don't know anything about the way I've covered this conflict. I have talked to academics on this issue.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
I've used their works. I've interviewed them directly. I've interviewed journalists on the fucking ground that have like actually been in Gaza.
By that he means he reads tweets and only talks to people who agree with him. But when he's asked to read a single article from an opposing viewpoint, he's like, nope, don't want to pay for it.
Why don't you read the whole article? Well, one, because it's paywalled, and two, I don't want to listen to an article about how calling Israel an apartheid regime is
what does it matter if it's behind a paywall? You're like fucking rich.
Wrong.
If you're so educated and know so much, go debate Destiny. Piers has been trying to set it up.
So they think like that's
he won't debate Destiny. And that, that would be the best. Oh, wait, hold on. I was going to say that would be the best thing for his career, but that actually might be the worst decision of his career because him debating, he would lose. If he was to debate Destiny, he would 100% lose. He'd 100% lose. Also, Sesamatar, thank you. America is the leading developer of weapons. Is that still true? Are we still the leading developer in weapons? Has China not caught up with us? Are we still in the lead? We might be, but I could have sworn China has been trying to catch up pretty heavily. You might be right though.
The position to take.
The Piers Morgan people today reached out to me. They said, "Hi, would you be interested in debating Hasan Piker on either Tuesday or Thursday next week?" I said, yeah, sure, but there's no way he will agree. And they said, checking. We'll see.
Hasan's pretending this isn't happening. It's pathetic.
Just genocide all of them. Genocide the Middle East. Permanent third world genocide.
Another thing Hasan has been doing is he will literally break.
What person promotes genocide? Holy shit. We're competing with Russia and China. I don't think Russia is gonna keep up with us. Robbie trying to justify Attack on Titan. Yo, I'm not trying to justify it. I don't think it's justifiable. But I'm just saying, economy-wise, war is probably one of the best. Oh shit! See, maybe I am Eden. Maybe I am. Holy shit! That's crazy. That is crazy.
News. He will talk about things that nobody else has even reported on or talked about yet. There's no details released, but Hasan's got the inside scoop. He doesn't cite anything.
There's been a ceasefire negotiation process with a lot of back and forth for some time now. Israel is the party that has been ruining the ceasefire terms. I know that it takes two to tango, but for the most part, I would say that Hamas's conditions have been endlessly reasonable. Israel's reaction has been anything but.
How? Why? Quantify that, please. He won't.
Now, of course, if you look at the American news coverage, the Western media's coverage on the issue, you would you would basically come up with an entirely different opinion.
You come up with a different opinion because the different opinion is the correct opinion. Whatever you yapping about is not true.
Perhaps the exact opposite of what is the truth.
Oh, okay. My bad.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is, the media is presenting what is actually happening, looking at what is actually happening, and just presenting the exact opposite. Okay?
What?
The exact opposite.
Show me. Give me an article. The video he has on screen does not confirm any of it.
In this round of conversations, basically they claimed that like the Hamas acceptance was coming from an Egyptian envoy, and Egypt is also Hamas. Well, they didn't say that, but they said that the Egyptian terms were like infinitely softer than what the Israel would be down for or something. And this is after Hamas agreed to the latest proposal presented by Israel on April 27th. And there is no change in its elements. An official.
Okay. Just as a heads up, for anybody who's ever interested in debating, there's a couple of things you need to do. One, if you're going to make a really bold claim, you need to have evidence. You need to have evidence to back your claim. You need to have some kind of research. You need to have some kind of statement by, especially when you're talking about government or any kind of politics. You need to have some research, something, a comment or something being stated by some kind of politician, by official statements, or have actual proof to back up your claims. You can't just make a claim and then there's no evidence that that claim is true. That's like one of the worst debate tactics of all time. If you do that, you're an easy dunk. You will lose because like you're just gonna get dunked on. I can't tell you how many times I've hopped into the debate with somebody and they just made a like really baseless claim with no evidence. As a matter of fact, I'm actually dealing with that with a very particular person within the Shub community, and it's just like actually fucking retards. You have no idea.
Matter with the talks tells Reuters.
He's saying Hamas accepted Israel's ceasefire conditions with no changes and that Israel is backing out because they want to kill more people. This is insane news if true. Hasan's only source for this is a tweet. Like, bro, you gotta have more than this. He then immediately mocks and laughs at any report saying that Hamas may have changed the deal.
And the only thing that I've seen from Israel is that although it is their proposal, they no longer actually feel comfortable with it, and are saying that maybe it's Egypt has softened that deal too much.
The details haven't been released yet. How is he mocking that? What if it's true? Only 2 days later, a U.S. official would report U.S. officials have pushed back on Hamas' claim that it agreed to a ceasefire deal, instead characterizing the response as a counter-proposal with changes. That counter-proposal will need further negotiation. So when this information would come out, would Hasan correct the story? Nope, he'd just continue his narrative. Israel reneged the terms.
That is why you saw celebration when the Palestinians heard that Hamas had accepted the ceasefire conditions, which were put together by an American and Egyptian and Qatari envoys as well, which Israel decided to renege on the terms and then turn around and say, actually, no, we didn't agree to this at all. We don't believe this at all. We are still going to continue with our Rafah invasion.
Do you have proof of that? Where's the proof? Please show me.
Israel then also claimed that it was really fucked up of Hamas to act like they were accepting a ceasefire.
and getting
Oh,
the
shit.
Palestinian hopes up.
And as usual, this guy doesn't cite anything. He just keeps the storyline going. That's the Hasan way.
It was funny to see like a brief moment from the media where they were like, Hamas accepted the conditions of the ceasefire, and then Israel reneged on the offer, only to very quickly turn back and be like, actually, no, Israel told us that it was Hamas that like fucked up the offer and added additional conditions, and that's why it's Hamas's fault. It's like, is there a moment that like Israel will be at fault for any of this, or is it always just Hamas?
The media only ever reported that that's what Hamas said, which is not the same thing. Even the most staunch advocates have to admit it's a little bit ridiculous that Hasan will see a single tweet, come up with a narrative in his head, and then when the news releases more information, he goes, nope, they're wrong. My scenario's actually right. He's like this because his foreign policy is America bad all the time.
Let me explain to you 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East.
I have a question. Does Hasan live in America? Does he live in America or does he live in Canada? I can't remember. Because if he lives in America, why is he always talking bad about America? Because he does talk bad about America really heavy. So why would you talk bad about the country that you are a citizen of? If he lives in America, I don't know much about Hasan's personal life because I don't care and I'm not interested. But I am curious about that one particular thing, one particular fact. I want to know: is he like from here, and he's talking shit about where he's from, or is he just talking bad about America just to yap?
You look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be...
Never align with the Western forces? Don't you live in the West? What the fuck?
Moral,
what are we
or
talking
you wanna
about?
Be smart about the way you analyze other countries. That's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
That's not what analysis is, bro. That's called bias. Hasan isn't just bad at news. He does this on purpose. He's a propagandist, no different than the counter-protester he condemns. College protests have erupted across the country.
Okay, the background music, pay attention to it. It kind of smacks. I kind of dig it.
Goals vary, but they mainly want universities to stop working with companies that have financial ties to Israel. And the students have every right to do that. The debate comes when students build a Rust base and prevent other students from freely moving around campus. Asman tweeted about this, and Hasan responded saying students aren't being blocked from going.
He lives in New Jersey, so he's American. No words. Absolutely no words.
Into class. And Asman replied with a video.
You guys have closed the entrance. We are UCLA students. I have my ID right here. I'm being blocked off, not by the security guard, but by you two. You three. Oh, look, they're making their burger while I'm going this way. Excuse me. This is what they do. Everybody, look at this. Look at this. I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school. And they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Okay, we're going.
I'm seeing people walking around him. Are they just blocking him off specifically? Because if they're blocking him off specifically, isn't that like a form of bullying? Isn't that to not be tolerated? You know, I'm looking like if you watch it. If you look in the background, people are walking around him.
Our school. And they're not.
Why are they blocking him off specifically?
Over there. I want to use that entrance. Okay, we're going. We're going. I'm going in. I have my hands up. I'm not hurting them. I'm not hurting them. That's what they do. That's what they do, everybody. You guys are promoting aggression. You guys are promoting hate. We're UCLA students. We deserve to be there.
Hasan writes, this is a Zionist counter-protester, and they routinely try to enter the encampment to dox and harm students. Like he's doing here now to farm TikToks and dupe people who aren't there into thinking these students are trying to block.
Oh, okay. I see. Because he's a Zionist. All right.
from going to class. He brought mace. Now Hasan's right in the sense that this guy isn't just trying to go to class. He's a counter-protester with the goal of making the protesters look bad. One look at his page proves that. The thing is, there's no evidence of this guy trying to harm anybody. Hasan's acting like he was trying to start fights. Asman rightfully points out, I don't see him trying to harm anyone here. He's just talking to them. How is that a problem? Hasan then gets flustered. No, I was talking about the video you linked. He's been trying to enter the encampment to start fights for the past week. He's an agitator and has never been restricted from going to class. The vid you linked is cut specifically to invoke your response. So now this guy isn't just an annoying counter-protester, which was accurate. He's now trying to start fights and harm people. Asman asks, where are the videos of him starting fights then? If I look behind the people blocking him, there aren't any encampments at all either. I'm fine to—
I've never seen Asman Gold be so based. I've never seen him be so base more than this. Yo, let's go.
Condemn the guy, but I don't see any evidence of him doing anything wrong right now. And that's true. There's absolutely zero evidence of this guy trying to harm anyone. I tweeted about it, asking for a single clip of this guy causing any harm. It doesn't exist. There's something truly poetic about Hasan getting mad at an Israeli propagandist for lying, so his solution is to then lie about him, spreading his own propaganda. They're the same person. It's beautifully ironic. Hasan gets mad at Asman, reiterating, he wasn't blocked from going to class. He's blocked from entering the encampment. Asman replies, if he's a student and he can't go somewhere in the school because people are blocking him, it's wrong. They have no right or justification to decide who can or can't go somewhere on campus. And Asman is completely right. If you want to make a guy like this look bad, let him into the encampment and film him being an asshole. He just repeats his own—
like, yes, he's Turkish. I think that has nothing to do with where he's currently living, though. Doesn't matter. I'm African American. My ancestors are from Africa, so I can claim to be of African descent. Come on, what are we talking about? Yes, he's Turkish, but if he's living in America, or if he was born here, even if he wasn't born here, if he has like full citizenship here, and this is his main place to stay, he's American. No matter how much you put it, he's American. He can be Turkish American, but he's American. Like, come on.
Misinformation until it becomes a fact. Which reminds me,
it's raining bullshit tonight.
A lot of people are unhappy with how police have handled protesters, but Hasan makes it seem like a slaughter.
Instead of that, they did a show of force. They said, no, this is a fascist police state, actually. How dare you fucking say anything mean about Israel? We will fucking kill you. We will pack you up. We will arrest you. Like,
yeah, Turkish American. But like, I was just asking to see if he's actually American or if he's Canadian, or like that's what I'm really I don't care about his racial ancestry. I just want to know where does he currently reside. And even if he did live in Canada, that's still the West. So why is he extremely anti-West and you live in the West? Like, man, he's just retarded.
What you need to do is just go out there and be a voice, and people still lose their minds. They're like, this is unhinged. Like, we have to kill you. We have to arrest you.
Someone in chat would argue that the police didn't handle the protest as poorly as most other countries. Hasan would rightfully condemn them for making such a pointless argument.
It's not bad unless it's the worst thing possible. Yeah, I know. How could you be complaining? How could you be complaining about police response when German police were locking up Jews and gay people and socialists and Roma people and disabled people and putting them in concentration camps and killing them? Like, you don't have to compare everything to the worst fucking thing that has ever happened.
I completely agree with Hasan here. Something doesn't have to be the equivalent of Nazi Germany to still be considered bad. Hasan would follow this up by forgetting he ever said this and comparing everything to Nazi Germany.
There are so many things that have occurred throughout history that are objectively infinitely more violent than what these students are doing that you agree with. Fighting against Nazi Germany. Obviously, a ton of violence occurred there, and it was perfectly righteous and perfectly just.
Ben Shapiro thinks two-parent households would solve a lot of problems in society. Nazi Germany.
He's a fascist. Him bringing up Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. Turn around and go, yeah, that's exactly the kind of moral regression you're advocating for in the United States of America when you want to have these, like, insane regressions on culture.
Students blockade and push back against the police. Nazi Germany.
They did a show of force. They said, no, this is a fascist police state, actually.
Someone's anti-abortion. Nazi Germany.
Very same government, your own local governments, for taking increasingly restrictive actions against those who want to make a medical decision criminalizing abortion. criminalizing women's bodily autonomy in this country, when they come for you in the exact same way, do not be shocked.
That, you know what? I stay away from the abortion. I stay away from the abortion debate. But he's wilding.
There's a little poem about this from Nazi Germany, as a matter of fact. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak.
Hold on. First, they came by Pastor Martin Niemöller. I am not pronouncing that right. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. There was no one left to speak out for me. That's a pretty powerful poem, not gonna lie. Sending quite the message. But what does that have to do with abortion? What are we talking about?
Out for me.
Israel, everyone who sympathizes with their side, every counter-protester, Nazi Germany.
Everyone knows what a Nazi is. Okay? And yes, these counter-protesters...
So this, I don't like it when Hasan talks about, what's it called? I don't like it when he talks about him being taken out of context. These clips are a tad bit out of context, I'm not going to lie. Because, oh, well, he does give the context, though. He does, you know what? I'll take it back. He is giving the context. Robbie, what are your thoughts on Final Fantasy Rebirth? You mean the remake that they're making? I heard they're remaking Final Fantasy. I heard that, dude, I heard so much stuff about the Final Fantasy franchise. I know they're nerfing, so one of the biggest rumors I heard is that they're nerfing Tifa Lockhart's outfit, and they're nerfing her character in general, as in like her, how do I put, her sexiness? Like they're reducing her bust size and things like that. Now, again, I don't know if it's true or not, because a lot of articles on fucking Reddit or whatever, they're always yapping about every little thing. Just kind of how like they were just recently complaining about, what's that new game that came out that everybody was crying about? I know I covered it in one of my videos. Stellar Blade. People was yapping about how Stellar Blade, the women got like a few extra pixels of clothing, and people were just really mad about that, and it's just like, okay, cool. I haven't played Stellar Blade because I heard it was really mid. The only thing good about the game is just like the character design, and that's it. But I don't know. I haven't played I haven't played any of the Final Fantasy. No, I'm lying. I haven't played any of the remakes of the Final Fantasy games, but I am looking forward to playing it.
Are f***ing Nazis through and through. Israel is a Nazi-style state. Israel's actions are identical to the Nazi regime and the Nazi state.
He gets challenged on this and doubles down because everything does need to be Nazi Germany.
Identical is crazy. Is it? Is it though? Fascism is the underpinning ideological movement that the Zionist ideology represents. Same as the Nazis. Is it that crazy? Is it that crazy? Think about that. Is it? This ain't 2007 no more.
Yeah, I saw that comment. Robbie is descended from a legendary Lord of the Rings Golem gamer to playing high quality Candy Crush. Yo, Golem was so bad. You know how bad Golem was, brother? Let me tell you how bad Golem was. Golem was so bad that the entire company behind it decided they're not going to do any more updates. It got completely abandoned. The entire Golem game was abandoned. That's how bad the entire game was. They had to drop the project. So unfortunately, I couldn't refund it. So it's forever in my Steam inventory. But I mean, I might play it and finish it just for the sake of, you know, saying that I finished it. But it was so bad, and it sucks because I am a huge Lord of the Rings fan. I love Lord of the Rings more than I do Star Wars. 'Cause I'm not that big of a Star Wars fan. I love Lord of the Rings though, but I know Vision is a huge Star Wars fan. I don't care, but yes, you're right. I'm playing like an off-brand Candy Crush, but I'm only playing it for the event because it's an outfit that I want. That's the only reason why I'm playing it.
Dude, this guy's so based.
He interviewed a Houthi terrorist and promoted himself the entire time as doing real journalism.
I DM'd him. Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. Dude, this is fire. This is exciting. I'm excited. Doing a little bit of real journalism, you know what I mean? Finally.
I agree with Hasan. This would be actual journalism, but the criticism comes from you not asking any real questions. He just wanted to be friends with this guy, asking him about One Piece.
Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
Yo, I shouldn't laugh at that because not everybody knows what One Piece is. But the fact that he asked, "Is that an organization?" It's crazy.
الطفولة وأنا أشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Is it Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god.
He then says him and his entire community support what the Houthi are doing, which is attacking commercial vessels.
Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
What? Why would you compare that to Luffy? Because Luffy didn't attack. Oh well, I'm not that far caught up, so maybe he did. But as far as I know, Luffy didn't antagonize any fights. That's not what they did. People attacked him first. But again, I'm not that caught up in One Piece. I think I'm only caught up in like the first 300 episodes. And I dropped it.
Anime questions to ask this guy immediately.
They don't have any like you know, he doesn't have any time to watch fucking anime and shit, so I don't know what else to ask about.
How about something relevant? That would be cool. So a viewer suggests a real question and Hasan shoots him down.
Okay, what else do I want to ask? So like, I mean, he's ask him if he would stop going on boats if Israel stops the genocide. I mean, yeah, he's gonna say yes, chat. What are you talking about? Those are like dumbass questions. Has he ever had like Western food?
How is that a better question? It is
That's crazy. Has he had any Western food is a better question than brother.
biggest glaze session I've ever seen.
What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What does he think about that? Ask him that question. I just banned one of those stupid fuckers in the chat just now.
He says, "Who are they?"
Just fucking dumbasses.
Wow, this is so impartial. I made a whole video addressing how historically terrible this video is, even by Hasan's standards. Feel free to check it out. But the point is, he was really proud of it, comparing his anime questions to legitimate journalists who provided alternative perspectives.
It's kind of like the state's narrative is threatened by the humanization of Arabs. Yes, 100%. Journalists sat down with actual ISIS members for interviews. The f people talking.
You know who I want to see? I would love to see Hasan try to debate Candace Owens. Can we set that up? Can somebody set that up? I would like to see that. Candace Owens versus Hasan. How would that turn out?
Exactly. There's no way that you can say that is not appropriate. Okay, that's what the media does. You can interview whoever the f you want. Okay, the idea that you can't do that is ridiculous. So that's, you know, that is just journalism. People have literally interviewed Osama bin Laden. Okay,
people are not mad that you interviewed him. It's how you did it. Hasan would get so much pushback for this, he'd revert to the Hasan classic, imply that everyone's racist.
The problem is not that you interviewed him, it's how you interviewed him. Gave me chicken and waffles with the Nazi vibes. That's great. That's a great question, or that's a great point to raise here. Except this person is not a Nazi in the United States of America. He's not a Nazi in Yemen either. You are suspecting him of being that because you're primed into assuming that this 19-year-old is straight up a Nazi. He's giving you Nazi vibes, I guess.
Yeah, bro, I wonder why.
Oh shit! They talking media and saying Al Houthi is a terrorist, not saying that Israel is the mother of terrorism. But I will hold on. Oh, it cuts off, so you can't see it at all. Okay, but I will something. Messages except to the west and east, so that Houthi is Yemen and on the side of oh yeah, it cuts off, so I can't really see what it's
do
saying.
anything to help you sort out your own internal biases that makes you feel like this is not a good thing, this is a bad thing.
He's part of an organization whose flag says death to Israel, death to the United States, a curse upon the Jews.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Hassan's gotten so much heat for this, he's now rewriting history, acting like the guy was never a Houthi.
I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi who killed probably a bunch of
Who said that though? Who is saying that?
sailors. Random fucking Yemeni teenager who in the interview said he's not anti-Semitic, that he's totally on board with anti-Zionist Jews, which was shocking for him to even learn about.
Hassan, if he thinks all Jews are Zionists and he didn't know that others existed, doesn't that mean he hates all Jews?
Not a militant. And literally said he was not Houthi.
He didn't say he wasn't part of the Houthi. He was very vague because he's clearly been media trained, which Hassan pointed out.
As far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible though.
Yeah, I feel like we can ask it pretty directly. His answer is he's a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Okay.
He says that he's not Shiite or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained, surprisingly, but okay.
It's not surprising at all because he's not some random Yemeni teenager. A viewer pointed out that Hassan marketed it as talking to a Houthi.
Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview though?
Oof.
Brother, I didn't know anything about him.
Also, just out of curiosity, why would you bring somebody onto your stream if you don't know anything about him? I'm genuinely curious about that. Why? I'm pretty sure you did know something about him, because otherwise, why would you bring him to your stream?
Okay. And that is the reason why I asked them questions in that process. But many people did not actually watch the interview, and they simply made assertions.
Bro, you need to watch your own interview. I didn't know it was possible to rewrite your own history after only 2 months. This has to be a new record. George Orwell would be impressed.
Close your fucking mouth, you're just really fucking dense. If you hate me while you talking, you don't make no fucking sense.
Hassan's community is so insane that they're even sick of him. They go after him for the smallest things.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
Boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan. At least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put it in.
She's like, please, just pretend to care, Hassan. And he's like, sure, that's my whole grift.
Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Okay.
No soda, son.
I didn't know it was like that.
How did you not know it was like that? Don't you support it?
You hosted him in his home and I watched him on stream drink Coke Zero.
Yeah,
It's
but
your house. You get to say no.
Hassan's annoyed here, but he created this. A good
It's
example
your
of how, as
house.
a guy in his community was
You get to
complaining
say
about getting
no.
bullied
Let's
at
go.
School. Someone said, we need a better slur against white people because cracker doesn't hit hard enough. And Miles replies, damn, so I guess me growing up in my shitty poor neighborhood / family and experiencing people f***ing with me for being white for a lot of years and getting jumped multiple times means nothing. Great. Hassan replies, anti-white racism is entirely victimhood seeking. It's like how
What? Wait, what? Anti-white racism is entirely victimhood seeking. How does that make sense? How is that victimhood? I don't support racism under any circumstances, but that doesn't mean you're a victim. What
Zionists
Brother,
crying that people
what?
are mad at them for defending Israel's actions. It's perceived victimhood. No different than complaining that you were slighted at a gay bar for being a heterosexual. If you're getting jumped and called slurs, that's a little bit more than just being slighted, right? Miles responds, am I just a stupid victim when I say that I don't like getting jumped for being a white 14-year-old at my high school? I got shit for the color of my skin almost every day. Hasan shows no sympathy. Dude got bullied in high school and thinks that reverse racism is real. Can't make this up. My man thinks racial discrimination is simply mean words that hurts my feelings, and not an entire system designed to keep a whole ass group subjected. And the mean words are secondary to the perceived grievance. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of racism in the way that we conceptualize it. How's this dude ever accuse anyone else of being a debate pedophile when he's saying stuff like this? This poor guy's just like, yeah, I don't think we should promote using slurs, and Hasan's response is, ever hear of systemic racism? The entire Discord would dunk on this guy. You gotta love the logic of these people. This guy getting bullied for his race isn't racism. You guys have to hang out with regular people. It's no wonder Hasan's sitting there crying, wondering why all the normies left. His viewership falls off when he's not talking about politics.
So, on the topic of his own viewership falling, the reason why he's falling and Destiny is growing so fast is because they have two different approaches to their audience and to the people within their community. Destiny will argue with and debate with anybody. I'm nobody in the streaming community. I'm an up and comer, and I'm pretty sure that if I had good enough connections, I could probably hop into a Destiny stream and debate with him. Not that I would want to. I'd 100% lose, but or maybe I guess with music I could probably debate with Destiny because I am a musician. But Hasan won't do that. Hasan actually made or said in a live stream, he said in the live stream he's not giving out any more free clout, which means like he's only going to talk to people who can advance his career, which is not a way to advance your career. While Destiny's talking to any and everybody, and because he has so many live streams where he's debating random people, he's more connected to the common folk. He knows how to talk to all of these people, to whereas Hasan doesn't know at all. He's not interacting with anybody except for like the people who's gonna kiss his own ass. That's not how you grow. So right now, because of all of that being combined, he's losing his connection with his own people.
And it's gotten to Hasan, venting in Discord. I don't know, this was a space to convert normies to our politics and people who could enjoy and many of you became like weirdos who don't see that as an important part of the project because you associate leftism with being an annoying douchebag who hates fun. I hate how much people literally despise any kind of fun content. We killed all the normies. Everyone is brain broken and only wants politics. I hate what my community is becoming.
That's what your community was about. What do you mean?
I'm done. I hate this job. I'm not streaming today. Well deserved. You did it to yourself.
Hey, yo, what is that song?
Another thing I find funny is Hasan will make it a point to mock Destiny for doing research.
He did all that reading to scour talking points and still got owned. I find that to be hilarious. That my man did hours and hours of reading on stream and still is a, one, genocide defender, and two, did a phenomenally bad job.
Bro, if you're so knowledgeable, then talk to him. Engage with his points. He just does the classic Hasan and calls him pro-genocide. It doesn't even mean anything anymore.
He's not going to debate against Destiny. He's not going to debate against Destiny. And I listen, the day he debates with Destiny, what can I do for that debate? Because I would watch that. I feel like there'd be a lot of people who would actively watch that. Because holy shit, that would be the best debate of all time. But he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. Because he knows he would get fucking wrecked. That is the one debate where he's too afraid to actually take part of.
Yeah, the G in DGG stands for deranged genocide gnomes. They love it. They love it so much. They're like, ooh. The funniest part about this is that if Destiny wasn't a pro-genocide streamer, they would literally not be either. That's how easily manipulated they are. That's the funniest part. I promise you, if tomorrow he just decided, yeah, this Israel shit has actually gone too far, I'm actually anti-Israel now, like 95%, the rest of the community, the diehards, would absolutely turn around and start advocating for the argument in the opposite direction because they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't have a stake in the fight. They just like fucking shit up.
Bro, you don't have a dog in this fight.
Yeah, he beat me to it.
Acts like he lives in Gaza and is less privileged than anyone else giving their opinion in the West. You're not.
Considering he's a trust fund
doesn't
kid.
Just try to convince people instead of demonizing them, and Hasan's brain just melts.
Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing them? Man, suck my fucking dick, dumb. These people are fucking brain broken. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about? Jesus Christ.
Hasan can't engage with any of Destiny's points. He refuses to debate him on peers, so now he's reverted to Leafy-style insults. Wow, you're so old.
He's 40 years old, pushing 40.
How old is this guy again? Like 35, 40?
That's what happens when you're...
Oof. And also, you know you lost the debate. You know you lose a debate when you go to insults and when you try to insult somebody's age, their race, the way that they talk, their disabilities or anything like that. When you bring topics like that up in any kind of debate, you lost. You lost.
A fucking whole ass...
Because you have nothing else to lean on. You have nothing else to talk about. You have you can't argue with the point, so you have to give out insults in order to try to get some kind of win.
40-year-old.
I swear to God, this guy's a net negative to the Palestinian cause. In the past, I criticized Hasan for laughing at a cop for getting shot.
Oh, watch out, watch out. Oh my God. Oh my God. Watch out. Are you okay? No, you shot me. Oh, God. Are you okay?
It's not even that funny. Holy shit. Okay, that scream is kind of funny. That scream is crazy. That scream needs to be a soundbite. Holy shit.
Well, he's finally responded to it, doubling down. No remorse, no surprise. Remember, this guy's a humanitarian.
Watch out. Are you okay? No, you shot me. Oh, God.
Wait, this is an updated video, right? Did he dye his hair? Because in that clip just before he had gray hair. His hair is all... He 100% dyed his hair.
Still good. Still good. Yo, that still bangs, dude. Yo, that's funny as...
Hasan loves to push the narrative to his audience that all criticism made towards him is invalid because I'm a drama farmer. Link them to this timestamp. If I am able to farm you for entirely new mistakes you make month after month, whether it's misreporting a hospital bombing...
Israeli military said it did not have any details on the reported
How do you misreport a hospital bombing? Yo, what the fuck?
Fuck you, dude. Why are you... It's ridiculous. Like, oh, Hamas run health ministry. Well, you know how they are. You know how those dirty Arabs are. They lie all the time. You know what I mean? They're probably lying again.
Acting like a JDAMS expert.
So that is a JDAM called on.
How do you know what it is? What? Well, how? What kind of superpower do you have to know what kind of bomb drops just by looking at it? What the fuck is it? What was the name of that movie with Kevin Hart and The Rock, where they were like cops, undercover cops, and like Kevin Hart could just tell what kind of gun was shooting just from the sound of it because he played video games? Is that what his son is now? Is that, brother, what?
Do you think that seems similar? You have no evidence. Stop concluding. What is this? What am I looking at?
What are you looking at? Because that easily looks like a scene out of fucking GTA. Like, what are you looking at?
What am I looking at with my own two eyes? What are you looking at? I have no evidence. Don't believe your fuck. What do you mean? Does that strike you as a fucking misfire?
Framing a kid who...
Hold on. I don't have the full context. I don't want to comment on it because I don't have the full context. Because he just said a full misfire. I thought we were talking about what kind of bomb it was. Am I bugging?
Who was complicit in a stabbing is someone who was randomly kidnapped.
13-year-old is innocent, man. Fucking ridiculous.
But if you just take 2 seconds and Google his name, you'll see that he was running around holding knives with his 15-year-old cousin. His cousin
that's
stabbed
crazy.
A 13-year-old Israeli boy and another 21-year-old, glorifying Houthi terrorists by saying they're just like anime pirates.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Reading tweets is factual-based news, and then when the full story comes out, he gets mad, discrediting it based on nothing. He's done this for years. In every video I made on him, there's something new. Him crying crying about getting farmed is a massive self-report. The fact that this many videos is even possible to make on him is embarrassing. At the end of the day, it doesn't really feel
I will say, Willymac is farming the shit out of Hasan, and I love it. I'm here for it.
like I'm farming him at all. It feels like I'm picking necessary weeds. These criticisms have nothing to do with politics and everything to do with principle. You see, it doesn't matter if you're a libtard or a repubtard, because we could all come together in knowing that Hasan is just a retard.
That's so gold. That is the perfect way to end. That is so gold.
TED Talk. Subscribe to the channel, and remember to check out Aura. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac Monkey, Drink Kobex, Necro Valley, Stefan Bildman, Abby Blackbird, The Confusing Opinion, Eddie Bizzle, Tismic Fitz, Christopher H, TV Anthology Reviews, Kinklemore, Sennial Music, Lucas Sif, ET Automatic, Faye Under, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, and the Mega Home.
Snoopy what now?
Viper, aka Matt, is
Okay, hold
popular
on.
for his GTA content. Some are challenges, some are
Whoopsie.
facts and glitches.
Okay, so this video just popped up on my screen. I accidentally fast forwarded to the next video. Oh no, there's 2 videos I need to go over. What happened for Papa Gut to react to Fresh and Fit? What happened? Oh, he's reacting to what the fuck is the guy name? I forget his name, but I want to look at the Diddy thing. Hold on.
Like, usually you're good on rating excuses, apologies. That's your thing. And you're going to rate this thing for us so we know what the heck going on. All right.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life.
We already starting off bad. Okay, question, okay? Big question. If I ever do something bad or I misspeak on something, should I ever make an apology video? Because I don't know what's worse, making an apology video or not making an apology video. Because if you don't make an apology video, then it looks like you're not remorseful for what you're doing, what you did. But if you do make an apology video, you're going to get clowned for making a apology video. There's really no winning in that situation.
Sometimes you gotta do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
Really no.
I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out
Nah, you're disgusted because it got publicized.
professional help. I had to go into therapy, and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Of course, nobody's really having it. But how would you rate that? Well, that's a calculation face.
I'd rate it 5 out of 10, to be honest. I'd rate it a 5 out of 10. I've seen worse. Who's that one bitch with the ukulele? Hers was the worst apology I've ever seen.
Oh, it's crunching the numbers.
I give it 3 Karen tears out of 10.
3 out of 10 is yo.
3 Karen tears.
Yep.
Why so low, Abba?
The apology.
The apology.
Or the restitution has to match the act. If I smack you in the face out of nowhere, really hard, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, fair.
No, we fine.
But if I say something like, yo, I don't think you look good out of nowhere, and you didn't even ask, like, hey, you know what, that's my bad, I shouldn't have said that. That's something
that matches. That matches.
That
Yeah,
matches.
we have a match.
Someone says, I take full responsibility.
What does that mean?
I take full accountability.
What does it mean?
But didn't he say he's going to rehab, or that he went to rehab? Is that, well, I guess anybody at his stature can easily say that they're going to rehab, and use that as an excuse. So, I guess.
Because let's see.
When the allegations first came out, I remember he was calling her a liar. He was saying she was a liar. A bunch of people was trying to get him. It was untrue and stuff like that. My question to you is he sorry it happened, or is he sorry he got caught?
He's sorry he got caught, 100%.
Fluffy Daddy just a few weeks ago.
Fluffy Daddy.
For the last couple of weeks, I've sat here silently to watch people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation, my legacy, my take that. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. He's talking about Cassie, the woman he was beating right there. Let me be absolutely clear.
Oh, clarity. We have clarity here.
I did not.
Oh, shit.
I never did.
Sleep with that woman. Wait, no.
Wrong one, brother. Wrong one.
I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. Signed, the Diddler. Now, this man, that was his response. And it's easy to take accountability once there's nowhere else to hide.
Hey, wow.
See, when you had the position of power, when your high-priced lawyers came through, was you about taking accountability then? No, you did everything to avoid it.
That's a bar.
Now that you have no choice but to take accountability, you're saying, I take... No, boo-boo. You're not...
Yeah. I also think that's true, because if the allegations against him didn't come out now, if it had came out, let's say, if it didn't come out at all, he probably would have just completely lived his life just as normal, continuing to be the diddler and like ruin people's lives or careers or whatever, blowing up cars and cheating, all this extra, all this shit that's coming out about him now. He probably would have kept it going, and he probably would have got away with it too. Right? So him apologizing, honestly, yeah, him apologizing don't mean shit.
You're not taking accountability. It's being shoved down your throat and forced on you.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. The difference between someone coming out of their own will and wants to come to apologize to you and someone having to do it because someone's holding a gun to their head, we know that difference. We know the difference. So the apology is trash. It's the only thing that could have made it worse was being like, I'm sorry you felt
a ukulele. A ukulele could have been the only thing that made it worse.
That I abused you. That's the only way that you could have made it worse.
No, because no.
You know those apologies?
No.
The apologies that are not apologies? I'm sorry you feel disrespected.
Yeah, but the video, we could clearly show that she felt something, and it was just not in her feelings.
Well, I'm sorry you felt like I beat your ass and dragged you across and threw a flower pot at your head. I'm sorry you feel that.
Insane.
Crazy. That's a 1 out of 10. That's a 0.
That's a 0.
Yeah.
That's a sub.
That doesn't matter what you do.
That's in the negative.
Yeah. I mean, listen. In the wake of this, in relation to the last conversation we had, the son came out and defended his dad after the video came out?
He did?
He came out and he said, guys, this is something from 2016 and they handled it then. Why y'all bringing it up now? That was his response to see.
Wasn't his son on like bad terms with his dad? Am I bugging?
In that video.
You know what? And I try to see in the last video that we did, I tried to see the perspective of the maybe. You know what I mean? Playing devil's advocate. But goddamn, playing devil's advocate is really just an expression. I'm not actually talking about the devil. But in this case, goddamn. No, you cannot be it's just, you, for real, you know what? Son, I'm going to give you an advice for you. Shut the fuck up. Sit that one out. Sit down. Reflect on it.
Listen.
God damn. That's a complete disregard for people. If you coming out and that's your excuse. That's your.
You know what accountability would look like? Why don't you go on and admit all the other evil things that you claim you never did in the statement before? Go ahead and admit to.
He won't do that because that's gonna make him look so much worse. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot that he did that he's not talking about. Because his career, I feel like his career is already ruined. There's nothing he can do to save his career. It's gone. Nobody's gonna. The only way I can see P. Diddy's career actually coming out of the ashes is if one or two of the allegations against him come out to be untrue. If it actually is proven that it's not true, that's the only thing that can save his career. But the problem with that is, like, there's video evidence. There's nothing he can do. Like, he's just fucked.
Those things. Don't just apologize. Don't say you're asking God for forgiveness. There's people you hurt on this earth that you have to pay restitution for. And it ain't just God that you got to look to. It's got to be the people that you hurt. Now, they could choose not to forgive you, but have you ever tried to actually make amends for all the evil things that you've done to people? Have you begun to sow the seeds to undo the wrath that you've brought upon the land? It's not enough to just, I'm talking to God. Okay, well, you know what? God also wants you to take action in real life.
Some of us are not Christians.
You slap your wife, you don't go just talking to God. Who do you have to talk to? It ain't Ghostbusters.
Huh.
So I just see stuff like this, and the mentioning of God bothers me. Not because I don't think there's nothing good to come from like having that conversation and finding that forgiveness in yourself and with your higher power. Good. There's people here that you hurt.
Well, besides him actually going to jail, what can he possibly do though? I'm curious about that. What can he possibly do to make up for what he did? I don't think there's anything he can really do except to actually pay the consequences in prison. Like what? I don't know. What could he possibly do to make the people he hurt feel better? Because I'm assuming beating the shit out of somebody in public, ruining somebody's career, blowing up cars, sexually harassing, just all of that in tangent. Like, what can you do? What can you say to make that better?
Yeah. That's the one portion of it. The second thing is, the more you peel back the layers, like when you go read the Cassie allegations, like there's dozens of things from her being trafficked by this guy, him sitting in the corner while other dudes are taking like she's being forced to do these things. There's some really disgusting stuff that he needs to. You want arrested? Come and actually admit to what you did.
Because the thing is, you just apologize for that day.
Yeah.
In the book is full. What about the other days?
What about the other people?
What about the mother of your child? Of your kids?
Yep.
It's the other things. It's the things that we did not see. The things that are not backed up the things that are not backed up with a camera. The things that we don't know about, that you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You claim it's dark times and stuff like that. What people are claiming is not.
Let's go. I got the outfit. So I can stop playing this now. I got the outfit.
Times.
Yo.
They're depicting an individual over a long period of time with different people. Yeah, you're right, man. I think whenever people are like, I'm taking full responsibility, what really does that mean?
I think
that's what I asked beforehand. How are you taking full responsibility for the things you do? Because saying you're going to therapy doesn't really that's for you. That's not for the people you hurt. Because that's not going to give them. It's a cop out. That's all it is. Saying you're going to therapy is just a cop out. Sure, it's to prevent. Okay, let me rephrase. Saying you're going to therapy is prevention. Prevention is fine and all, but what do you do about what you've already done? How do you make up for the actions that the people you've already hurt?
It's just lip service. So that people just say the right things because they think they're the right things to say. And look, I get it. You're ashamed of something. Maybe you did something bad. You don't want to come forth and admit it. You deny because you're not ready for the social ostracization. Then it blows up in your face, and now you can't deny it. So you gotta. I think there's ways which I can understand someone denying the evil things that they've done, but you also have to understand that people are not going to give you the grace that you didn't give them when you lied to them. You haven't earned it. You haven't earned it, and if you want it, you gotta take action. That's all that matters. But the truth is, this man has done a lot of evil things. Everything from beating all the women in his life to including his mother. When I heard he was slapping his mom, I'm like,
yo, I did not hear that. What?
Hey.
Yo, I heard nothing about that. That one's new. Yo, if that's true, I can't. Yo, that's death penalty. For like, I can't imagine ever laying my hands on my mom. First off, she'd kill me. That's first. That's number one. She would absolutely kill me. Like, I'm not coming out of that situation alive at all. Even then, regardless, I would never, ever, ever do that. Yo, what the fuck?
Hey, yo, some of y'all built different. That's crazy. And you go on to learn all the weird, funky shit that this guy's done to supposed men in the industry as well. And it's like, you're taking responsibility? My friend, I don't think there's enough bullets that you could put in your own temple to take responsibility for some of the evil shit that you've done.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Well, I didn't say that exactly, but that's pretty on par. Like, there's not... Saying you're going to therapy is not enough. It's just not enough. You've done too much. You've hurt too many people. It's nowhere near enough at all.
But hey, that ain't for me to decide. That's for the people you hurt and your maker. So, the internet's not the one you got to be apologizing to. They're not the ones who were hurt by this. They're not the ones who were beaten for 10 to 11 years. So, that's what I think about this.
The apology, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. But I'm not having it, really.
I mean, even the apology, like, what did he admit to? It was so short. And he didn't admit to nothing. He didn't talk about how he's doing restitution. He didn't talk about... Like, if you think about it, the PR never ended. This isn't an apology. This is just enough so that the people who want to support him can feel like, oh, well, you know, he's talking to God. Oh, he's doing the steps or whatever it is. Boss, guess what happens when you beat people up for years and you beat them repeatedly with weapons? You go to jail. That's what happens. You don't get on Instagram and make a video and get away with it.
Trust me, he's going to try to avoid jail time. He's going to try to avoid that jail time like nobody's business. He's not going to want to go to jail. He's going to avoid that heavy.
How you take a responsibility? Walk your ass to the courthouse and then I'll believe you. Yeah. Walk your ass to the courthouse, admit it to all the things that you've done, okay? Go to jail, and then maybe we could actually have a conversation.
That's accountability, and that's responsibility.
Yeah.
Take the plane back. Come back.
Yeah.
Come back.
Go meet with the people that you hurt.
Come back.
Yeah.
Come back on land.
Fucking coward.
Come back here.
Hey. And all the people, all the guys, all the people I saw who were getting on videos loudly defending him. Then this video come out, they make a little, get on camera, get on camera and say how evil that was. The same way you voraciously defended the man. I think I invented that word. It don't matter.
No, I think it should be a word.
It didn't matter.
Because the thing is that you said it and it made sense.
But okay.
Oh, let's fucking go. Hold on. Wait a minute. Claim reward. Let's go. Can I rank her up? Please tell me I can rank her up. Let me find out I can rank her. Oh, I can rank her up. Yo, that's what. Oh, I can evolve again. Yo, I ranked her up twice. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I just need to get her. I need to get her better stigmatas. I need to get her better stigmatas, and I need to get her a better weapon. No, her weapon's fine. I just need to. Oh, I can upgrade her weapon now. I want a better weapon. I don't want to waste my resources on this weapon. I need a better weapon.
So to me, it's
There's a word that's close to it. I just don't know what it is.
Veracity?
No. Doesn't matter. All that matters is this. You, all the people who are defending him loudly, y'all should be also admitting you was wrong. That's it.
Say it.
But anyways, that's it for today's video.
Was anybody actually defending him? Was there anybody who was really defending Diddy though? Because I have not seen anybody defend Diddy at all. I have seen nobody defend Diddy. There's not a single person who has spoken out against Diddy.
What y'all think about these?
I mean, spoken for Diddy, not against him. Plenty of people speaking against him. I haven't seen anybody speak for him.
Rated out of 10.
It's a word. Voraciously is a word.
What is it? Wait. Okay. That's insane. Oh! I guess I can jump into the Keffals. The whole Keffals thing that's going on. Because holy shit. Man, I did not know Diddy. Oh wait, what is Penguin? What did Penguin say about the apology?
Have you heard the stories?
What did he
Diddy
say?
Defense
Yo,
Force? I imagine not. These bugs
Moist, give us the tea.
all around the deepest, darkest corners of Twitter, constantly trying to fight for the honor of Puff Daddy. These rotten scoundrels aren't paid for their services by P. Diddy to fight his PR battle for him or anything. The only thing they get paid in is a couple of updudes from other inmates of Arkham Asylum that join them on this crusade. The Puff Daddy Patriots have been in full force red alert because a lot of new evidence has come out about just how evil P. Diddy is and has been for years in the music industry. There's overwhelming evidence that has existed for a long time, as well as brand new discoveries that have really painted a picture of just how fucked up P. Diddy is and has always been. And the Puff Patriots have been trying to deny all of it for him. A lot of them just kind of default to like, oh no, women are lying manipulators. So these bunch of whores.
Again, who's been defending Diddy? Who's defending him?
Are trying to get an innocent man in trouble. And they're not a large number of people that do this, mind you, but having anyone that defends P. Diddy is incomprehensible to me. And now this group of goobers is swallowing a tough pill here because a video came out that not even they can defend. It's surveillance camera footage from 2016 in a hotel where P. Diddy chases down and then beats...
Okay, hold on. It's 2024. That was in 2016. So this video is 8 years old. Why has it just now been released? Why was this covered up for so long? I don't understand.
Beats his ex, Cassie. Obviously, I can't show this video, but it is brutal. It is a disgusting thing to witness. And there is no trick photography here. That's not a deep-faked AI or anything like that. It is footage of P. Diddy mercilessly beating his then-girlfriend, which corroborates the abuse allegations that have been made against Diddy for a long time now. P. Diddy also came forward and issued an apology video today. He actually sat down and did a fucking YouTuber apology for this. Let's go ahead and take a peek.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life, but sometimes you gotta do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable.
He hits rock bottom, he hits women, he hits crack pipes. There's nothing this guy won't hit.
Insane.
The way he immediately starts this apology video is so fucking phony baloney. It's so difficult to reflect on the dark times, but I've got the strength to do that because I'm built different, so I'm going to reflect on the most painful moments of my life. When it comes to strength, I'm like a Super Saiyan, being able to sit down and talk about this. Like, and then he goes on about how, like, it's inexcusable, he's not going to make any excuses. Brother, your whole fucking career is built around making excuses for your abusive behavior and all of the really fucked up shit you've done. And you are still constantly doing that. Even if it's not you directly making the excuses, you hire your fucking team of lawyers to do it for you to keep yourself out of jail. This is a guy that should have been locked up for life a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't understand, for somebody who's committed so many crimes and who did so many things, how did he avoid? I want to know, not because I want to do it myself, that's what I'm saying, but how did he avoid so much jail time? How did he get away with so much shit? It's insane.
I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
Turn yourself in then. You take full responsibility for it. You're that disgusted. Walk to the nearest police station and turn yourself over. Although I'm not even sure if the police department would do anything about it. They issued this statement once the video started to go viral. They said, "We are aware of the video that has been circulating online, allegedly depicting Sean Combs assaulting a young woman in Los Angeles. I've said this before, and millions of people have said it millions of times before me, but the word allegedly does so much heavy lifting in this day and age, it's fucking crazy. Like, I know why they use it in the legal sense, but, like, we all just watched P. Diddy beat Cassie, and he himself...
Yeah, it's not alleged. It's not... And it's sad because in, like, the next couple of long-form videos that I'm working on, I'm going to be using the word alleged a lot because, I mean, a lot of the stuff I am talking about is alleged, but this isn't alleged because it's actually happened. There's no guessing. We're not going on word of mouth. This is like an actual video that was being released. But, damn, that is true. The police can't do anything if the video was like years old. Actually, that makes me wonder too, all the things that he's done in the past, is he just getting away with it now because he can't, like, it was years ago? Like, is there a statute of limitations on attempt to murder? Is there a statute of limitations on abuse? Because that is crazy.
Came forward to confirm that it was him beating Cassie, and they still used the word allegedly. That is like actual Looney Tunes level cartoonish dog shit there. You can just drop that word. The video has been circulating online depicting Sean Combs assaulting a young woman. Like, there's no gray area here. He has confirmed it. Everyone can see it in the video, but whatever. We find the images extremely disturbing and difficult to watch, and the office added that it would not be able to take action against Combs. If the conduct depicted occurred in 2016, unfortunately, we would be unable to charge as the conduct would have occurred beyond the timeline where a crime of assault can be prosecuted. As of today, law enforcement has not presented a case related to the attack depicted in the video against Mr. Combs, but we encourage anyone who has been a victim or witness to a crime to report it to law enforcement or reach out to our office for support from our Bureau of Victim Services. Gotta tell you, sports fans, that bureau doesn't sound like it's doing a whole lot of service to the victims if it's going to say, like, oh no, your assault, that took place way too long ago. Our hands are tied. We're not doing anything about that. Move on. Like, that's not exactly the best service to victims.
Well, yeah, but that's the law.
How is someone going to come forward and be like, look, I got beat by my ex in this hotel, and it was a traumatic experience that I've been quiet about for so long out of fear for my life. Is there something we can do about it? And they just say, nope. Now, this isn't Cassie that's approaching them, by the way. Like, this video wasn't released by Cassie or her team, at least not from what I've been able to tell. I get the statute of limitations. Like, I do understand that in certain contexts, but when it comes to, like, assaults, like brutally beating women and just all kinds of things, like violent crimes, I would imagine there shouldn't really be an expiratory period there, like it's a fucking loaf of bread, like a Best Buy date, that you have to act within this window or else that's the end of it. Now it's kaput. He just gets away with it. I think it's super fucking stupid.
I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab.
Oh boy, I'm starting to tear up now. Yeah, this is some heavy stuff here, P. Diddy. This is tough. Would you like a side of French fries with that? Like, what the fuck, man? Why is he trying to summon the wambulance here? He tries to tell his own little sob story here about how it was so hard for him. Wah, wah, wah. I'm the real victim here, actually. It was tough for me, too. I highly fucking doubt he's done any therapy or any rehab or anything, because he has decades worth of allegations against him for these type of violent, abusive tendencies. And the allegations are backed by mountains of evidence and continue all the way to present day.
I guarantee you that there's going to be more allegations as time goes around. There's going to be a lot more.
So I highly doubt at any point in his life he's ever sought
I'm
professional
waiting for Justin Bieber to come out with that allegation. Know what I mean?
help for him being a violent maniac.
Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not. No, you might be.
But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness.
Why are you making an apology video if you're
It's
not
so
asking
weird if
for
he's that
forgiveness?
remorseful about the situation. Why he didn't apologize back in 2016? Why he tried to bury it to the best of his ability and deny all of the allegations and try and paint all of his accusers in the worst possible light to make it seem like they were untrustworthy and lying about the whole thing. It's so weird how all of a sudden now that the video is out there and it's irrefutable proof of all of these allegations made against him, that all of a sudden now he's got this real heavy burden on his shoulders, and it's so disgusting, and he's truly sorry for it. He's very apologetic. It's so odd that, like, now he's really apologetic about it, now that he's been caught. Huh. It almost seems really disingenuous to me. But anyway, P. Diddy is one of the most well-documented monsters in the music industry, and it is shocking that he still is not in prison. But with more and more evidence constantly coming to light about this guy, I'm optimistic that eventually justice will be served here. But anyway, just wanted to give you a little update to what's going on with P. Diddy here. The apology video, if I was to put that on the YouTuber apology tier list, that would be a strong F. Fucking terrible. Absolutely atrocious. That's about it. See ya.
But with the apology be under Collinger. Is that her name? Collinger, like the ukulele. I see my live streams on my own recommendation. Crazy. Okay. I guess we're jumping into the Keffals, the last thing that I'm going to react to before I hop on. Well, no, I do want to jump on this. Should I save it for tomorrow, though? Ooh, what am I doing tomorrow? What am I reacting to tomorrow? Or am I going to do, I don't know. I'll figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. Let's do Keffals, because I'm very excited to watch this. Let's go. The following video contains references to mature elements and controversial topics. Nothing shown in this video is endorsed unless explicitly stated. Viewer discretion is advised. It's not playing? Oh, there it goes.
If anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. Hello guys and gals, me Muda, and today's video is one that required quite a fair bit of research, and it's one that I should have released a few weeks ago. It's a video that might be one of my most controversial videos, but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web. An international transgender activist that some of you all may
calling
know
her the
as
most
Keffals.
dangerous is crazy.
Now, Keffals is not
Is she really
necessarily
that
a
dangerous?
popular activist. They're an online transgender activist known for fighting against the controversial website Kiwi Farms. Her campaign saw mainstream attention after a highly publicized swatting, where she alleged mistreatment by the Canadian Police Services. The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With the media and an entire community backing her, she raised over $100,000 on GoFundMe to recoup her losses and pursue legal action against law enforcement. This is the story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire career and almost everything she said is a lie. Join me as I take you down a journey.
But she's okay, so I'll say this before we get deeper into the video. Keffals. Man, I used to like Keffals. I actually used to like Keffals until the whole Destiny debacle. When she went out to Destiny and some of the stuff that she said, which is we're gonna get into, she just went unhinged. That was just like the start of the unhinged thing. And I did believe for a little while about the whole Kiwi Farms thing. I did believe it for a while, but after that, it just, when actual proof came out about it, that was just it. That was like the actual last straw for me.
that involves SWAT teams, misgendering, do-it-yourself hormones, cat boys, and a scam many have tried to expose, yet for some reason almost no one is talking about. Before we get into the real meat and potatoes, I should probably explain a bit more about who Keffals is. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence in a community of another left-wing political streamer named Bosch, garnering a following by posting memes on Twitter. With this notoriety, she began streaming...
Wait, it was Vosh that made her popular? Oh, shit, I actually did not know that.
...video games on Twitch in March of 2020. Her focus shifted to politics later that year after a wave of anti-trans legislation swept through the United States. She went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly directed her chat to brigade targets by ratioing them. Ratioing, for anybody who's not terminally online, is when you try to get more likes than the original post in a quote tweet or a reply. This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real internet beef in early 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator Ian Miles Chong. Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny.
Hey, let's go!
Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both Vosh and Hasan Piker got their start. These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not so much. And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh, it was posted 2 hours after the rape. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault. Once again, there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him. Her first response was to try to get his Twitter mass reported and banned. She set her sights on his Twitch channel.
And that's a common thing that she did, was mass reporting to get people banned, which is honestly, if you are an influencer and you resort to mass reporting because you don't agree with somebody or because they called you out on something, this is like the worst thing you could possibly do. Actually, I am 100% against cancel culture to the extremes on this level. There are definitely some people who deserve to be canceled, but once you start to advocate cancel culture, then that means you no longer support freedom of speech. So, I mean, there's another one of the reasons why I just don't like Keffals anymore, is because she was so supportive of canceling other people who disagree with her. Now that she's getting canceled, the story is completely different.
Launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination. There are countless examples of her legitimate slander and flat-out lies about Destiny. He detailed the worst of her behavior in an extensive document he published back in 2022. And I'm only going to touch on a few examples because this video is going to be as long as it is. The first thing to point out is she was successful in depriving him of one of his main sources of income. She painted Destiny as transphobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women. Even if you disagree with this, that doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue and an unfair characterization of his broader catalog. Regardless, her labeling garnered enough support to get Destiny banned off of Twitch within 24 hours for hate speech. She immediately took credit, gloating about taking away his primary source of income. Hey Steve, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me, he got banned, I won.
This is, oh, fuck me, dude. Like, actually, fuck me. Again, I don't support cancel culture to this extreme. I genuinely don't support it. And the worst part about this is I don't like talking about the LGBT community because it's super controversial. But I actually do not support trans women competing in women's sports just because it wouldn't be fair. It genuinely would not be fair. I've already seen videos of a trans woman competing in what was it, wrestling, I believe, like high school trans woman competing in like some wrestling event, and she dominated, like absolutely. There was just no competition. She absolutely dominated, and it's just gonna be more of that. It's just gonna be a lot more of that because obviously when you add them to basketball, when you add the trans women to basketball, when you add them to tennis, because even I can just only imagine how it would go. Because what do you do? Curious question. What do you do when it comes to the Olympics? What happens then? Right? What, like, trans women competing in the Olympic sports? Like, I can only assume that probably 90% of the trans women's that participate will win regardless. It's super controversial, but I do not believe that trans women should participate in like women's sports. But it's a little hypocritical because when we talk about trans men, should they compete in trans men sports? I mean, I will say yes, but again, it's hypocritical and it's a little bit unfair. But I don't think that a trans man is going to be able to compete against other like naturally born men. They just won't be able to compete. It's going to be very difficult.
This behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000 new followers that week. An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot appear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now that he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her accusation.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of...
Hold on. Pause. If he steals people... Okay, so from what I understand, Destiny is an extremely sexually active person, right? Not that it's my business. But if he steals people, especially women, wouldn't he have a lot more kids? Wouldn't there be like a shit ton of allegations against him? Like, how do you make such a bold claim without any evidence? That would be a shit ton. Also, he'd probably have a lot of women pregnant, considering how he claims or how he says that he's extremely sexually active. Unless, you know, his soldier's no longer working, then I guess. But how do you say he steals people when there's like no evidence of that? That's so insane.
Insane shit.
To this day, there has never been any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after, which shows just how callous she is towards claims of such a serious nature. But because he was deplatformed, she was able to further a false narrative to her chat as well as tens of thousands of people on Twitter. They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already disliked Destiny. In retrospect, her behavior paints a clear picture of how she would conduct herself in the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffals got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt Destiny by association, claiming he used the forum and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reasoning? Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017 with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in
That's
his
some
own
insane.
thread. He was also
That
never
is
friends.
That is some insane jumping to conclusions. Holy shit.
With Null, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He has also gone on record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess. It's just like he's super gross. And
She
sometimes
is
he says
tall.
things which
Holy
are funny
crap.
or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird, and your brain's all up, and your shit's all and you talk like a. So we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off with the.
Clara.
Holy shit! Yo, bro just went completely mask off on him. Holy, whoa. What did he do to you?
Knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain
Is this sad that I've never played StarCraft before? Isn't that sad?
exactly what Kiwi Farms is. Kiwi Farms is an online website dedicated to discussing internet figures. Okay, you probably heard about internet lolcows, people like Chris Chan, Boogie2988, or Daniel Larson, who has his own legal problems of late. The website's composed of various threads where users effectively congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms does allow doxing, okay? On the site, it's permitted to post the personal information of anybody being discussed, including full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it, and most other forms of personally
So I actually just found this out. I didn't know this was I didn't know this, but apparently doxing is not illegal. To dox somebody is not illegal. It's just really looked down upon. You can, as long as it's public information, you can post somebody's address on the internet. There's nothing illegal about posting public information, right? So that's not illegal. But what is illegal is, I think, if you take somebody's information and you post it, and like, or rather, if you use that information maliciously, or like if you go up to a person's house to take a picture to like post online and their windows open and they're naked inside, or you know they're doing something inside, and you post that online, then it's like an invasion of privacy. I think that's when you get into like illegal territory. But when it comes to doxing in general, there's actually nothing illegal about it, which I didn't know. I thought all doxing was illegal. That's not the case.
identifiable information. It's also a site where anything goes, okay? It's like the Wild West of the internet. You ever try to look up me on some of these threads? You'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and crazy stuff all day.
What the fuck is poo in the loo? Wait a minute, what is that?
Every day. Kiwi Farms was made back in 2013 by Joshua Connor Moon, also online known as Null. The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change itself and rebrand into a general purpose online gossip wiki, so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie, Wings of Redemption, who all actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms, and as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now again, I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it, all right? There's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, all right, whatever goes on the site does fall under free speech and is entirely legal, okay? It's somewhat of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's accounts and breach their privacy to obtain their personal information.
Yeah, a breach of privacy. That's what it is.
But that behavior is not encouraged by the site, and of course that behavior is punishable by law. But technically, it is not against the law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site, where they not only document their personal information, but they collect any piece of content, tweets, and documents that they post online. So early on, Clara blamed the...
I hope not, but I feel like I will one day, but I don't think I have any threads on Kiwi Farms. I don't think I do.
Threads creation on Destiny, saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her constant instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter ratios. And they went from getting mad about Twitter ratios to digging up every single thing in the last 28 years of my life, looking for more reasons to be mad at me.
Again,
insane.
Hypocrisy and misstatements are going to be rife in this video. After Destiny got banned from Twitch, the owner of Kiwi Farms discussed their feud on their podcast. The episode was streamed...
Why is it that Destiny's not unbanned on Twitch? That's the biggest thing. Out of everybody who has been banned on Twitch, Destiny's the one person who has yet to be unbanned.
Live on March 25th, Clara reacted on Twitter calling him the final boss of transphobes and proclaiming she wouldn't back down. I have done nothing wrong, nor will I be going anywhere. Her thread was created the next day, racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called the Catboy Ranch. It was posted alongside her and her family's personal information, which understandably made her very upset. Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in solidarity. This began what eventually became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms was a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They specifically went after service providers like Cloudflare, who provided DDoS protection and mitigation services. They argued Kiwi Farms was a stalking and harassment site that bullied people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on trying to bludgeon Destiny with their reputation. On July 18th, Keffals announced a tell-all about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers. Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream.
Yo, imagine being the prime reason why Destiny get banned, and also the prime reason, and then you get banned for the exact same thing. Yo, you ban somebody, and then just using a picture of the person you banned gets you banned. Holy
Stream on
shit.
YouTube instead.
The irony.
The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep prodding, and a week later, she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made public on the 9th of August in a video titled, "My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help." Clara explained that 4 days earlier, on August 5th, she woke up to police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
A letter
You'd have to be one of the most insane deep sleepers in the history of sleepers, in the history of just everybody. You'd have to be an insane sleeper to be able to go to sleep and not hear people coming into your house with assault rifles. Are you kidding? Because I'm assuming if you're waking up with an assault rifle in your face, then they forcibly entered your house, right? That's the number one narrative that people are going to come to. Like, they forced their way into their house. You have an assault rifle in your face. The only way I can even see that happening is if you're suspected of like some insane federal criminal activity. Because I can't imagine somebody breaks into your house without a warrant, even if it is I guess if you are being swatted, they don't necessarily need a warrant. But even still, how do you sleep through that? How do you sleep through that?
had been emailed to every city council member in London, Ontario, threatening a mass. Clara was arrested, booked, and held in custody for 11 hours. They searched her apartment and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This worsened an already traumatic experience she considered a hate crime. The video is posted along.
Is using somebody's dead name, is that a hate crime?
Alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping.
I wouldn't put that under hate crime. It's not a hate crime. Also, just pay attention to this where it says 12,000 out of 20,000 for moving in legal funds. 12,000 out of 20,000, because that's going to get really important later.
Helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls kept figuring out her location as she was forced into hiding, and her battle against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting the site dropped by Cloudflare, who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial-of-service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign, Keffals reiterated over and over that the site had been shut down. It only became more difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all measures,
It's still up to this day. It's still up. And the worst part about it is that ever since Muda dropped this video, Keffals is being just relentlessly trolled right now. She's being absolutely relentlessly trolled.
metrics, it has way more stability than ever before. And what many of her supporters don't realize is that this is truly the beginning of the web of lies that make up this entire ordeal. Almost everything you've heard about this whole situation is a lie. And that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next two sections. These are two very important aspects to the story to address: her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent. When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is a crime that's taken innocent people's lives. But curiously, her story began to change as time went on. The narrative set forth in her initial video is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face. This specific detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken
Again, how do you sleep through a SWAT team entering your house, which by the narrative that you're giving, entering your house forcibly? How do you sleep through that? How are you just now? How do you wake up to the point where they're already in your room, already having guns in your face? Also, I don't think that's how swatting works.
woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me. I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
You thought you were gonna die? Well, I guess if someone's breaking into your house and you just wake up with a gun in your face, yeah, you're gonna think you're dead. Yeah, well, I guess.
Her story then
I'll give her that much.
changed to an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody.
No way, bro. No way.
And they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of Alex, her fiancé at the time. Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so, yeah, someone did not wake her.
See, there you go. They pounded on the door and your fiance answered. It doesn't look good, It doesn't look good.
With a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially as soon as she woke up,
Was I in a state of undress? I was naked and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face, to seeing guns in the hallway, to police never entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency is concerning, given she was supposed to be taking legal action against them. And I mean, Keffals went so far as to compare herself to a victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog, whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed police were transphobic and booked her under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth.
During the arrest, the police officer referred...
Bro, you know what throws me off about her? Is her eyes. Bro, she looks dead. She looks dead inside. Look at them eyes. Holy shit. And that forehead is saying a lot, bro. She's got a lot of rental estate on that forehead. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people.
What?
This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name.
That's not how that works, by the way. Whatever your name is, man, I'm making assumptions. Let me not say that it is what it is. I'm making an assumption. But as far as I know, whatever name you had in their database is what they're gonna call you by, because that's what they have. If they don't have you logged in under your new name, then they probably don't know. But I'm assuming that if they go to your house in the first place, they probably know what your name is. But again, I'm just making assumptions. But even if they are calling you by your dead name, why is that considered transphobic? I don't understand. What does that have to do with your gender versus the fact that you just changed your name? Because I'm pretty sure that can happen to anybody, right? That just seems like a lot of victim. It feels like she's playing the victim, but there could be more. Let's figure out. Let's keep watching. There might be more.
Before ever even mentioning my
Yeah,
dead
holy
name.
shit.
This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them.
Hey, we got the same name.
Roberts was my last name until I legally
Okay, well that's your last name. Never mind.
changed my name first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes.
Insane.
He apologized and ensured a solution would be implemented to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, while I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest, and that's when it happened, the activity in the holding cells is monitored. And I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the address, though alludes to unspecified misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance after the arrest should have been captured on recording.
Yeah, that's important. I feel like as a streamer, if you're a streamer, and you have history of being on YouTube, on Twitch, whatever it is, I would assume that one of the most important things you would do, or something that you should already have at ready, is that if you are being detained, or if you are, if your house is being invaded or whatever, that you would record it, right? Especially if you're gonna just so you can make claims, or you can have evidence to back your claims. Because if the police is coming up to my door, one of the first things I'm doing is I'm telling my grandparents, or I'm telling my neighbors or somebody to like make sure that they're recording it, or I'll have my camera on in here, so everything is recorded, because it's not against the law to record, right? There's nothing against the law of that. So
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed, so she got up. They were saying Clara Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either.
As far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, you know, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest. That is how it happened. It
Bro, she does not look traumatized.
wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't.
The absence of evidence means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario. But it's hard to take Clara's word at face value given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the...
Okay, she does look traumatized here. Yo, them dead eyes is just screaming traumatic past. Yo, they're screaming PTSD. Either that or she's glazed as fuck.
Police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones.
And this was one of her justifications to launch the GoFundMe, to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So, yeah, that was really nice. Not nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag. It heavily resembles the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live.
Oh shit! Yo, Muda did some research in this. Holy shit!
And knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day. Because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these statements. And either way, it was dishonest to never update that campaign to reflect this.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones, so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Keffals launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety. However, this was later changed to, I am keeping the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a very, very important distinction, because it means all the donations past the first 20 grand were explicitly for legal action. See, Clara gradually kept raising the goal until it reached over
$100,000. Remember when it said 20,000? Now it says 55. Now it says 70.
If you want to be technical,
now it says 100.
Actually never ended, because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount, which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense. Naturally, with her effort raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent. Clara's tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith. I'll never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed to the fund in the first place. Well, what if I gave money? Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN.
150 articles? You know how insane that is?
Bloomberg, the Associated Press, and Canadian state-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh of the NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community. There is nothing wrong with questioning for transparency of where this money had went. In fact, more people should actually be asking where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas. The next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated and she was now in hiding. If you recall, another goal of hers was to move.
Okay, look, if I ever get any haters, if I ever get big enough to where I get haters, please bombard me with pizza. All right, I'm a fat motherfucker. Please bombard me with pizzas. That I don't care if it comes with a hate message. I don't care if you gonna send me some kind of death threat note. But if it comes with free pizzas and a bunch of them, I'll take it. 100%.
Move out immediately.
Just make sure it doesn't have no weapons with it, right? No bombs. Please don't do that. Yo, don't do that.
Hacked her Uber Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened, I woke up and I got an email that the Uber, the email for my Uber Eats account was changed. And then I looked outside the door and there was like at least $500 worth of food ordered with my hacked Uber account.
Somebody sent you $500. Well, hold on. I guess if you're the one paying for it, if you're the one paying for it, I can understand why you would be pissed. But if they pay for it themselves using your Uber account, why are you mad? Why are you? Why?
So I got doxxed again. Except this time I also got hacked.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe.
Does your Uber account really count as hacked? As being hacked? If somebody hacks your Uber account, is that really hacking? Being hacked? Like, to the extreme of what I'm thinking of it. That doesn't even look like $500 worth of Uber Eats. That's hold on. That's barely pushing 200 from the looks of it. Because just this whole... Nah, because that's Subway. I think that's Subway. I see Cinnabon. I don't know what the fuck this is. It looks like gas station slushies. Beef jerkies. That looks like Wingstop, I think. I see some teas in the background. That doesn't look like $500. That doesn't look like $500, bro. And that's a setup. This looks like a setup.
Europe.
You planned
Her
that.
rationale was that London police didn't have the resources to stop online trolls. And then she went live to provide further details.
Are you moving to Europe? I'm gonna be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there. My fiance is staying back in Canada.
Why?
And I'm gonna be in the UK on my own for a while. I think that the current plan is that in 2-3 weeks of my stay, my fiance is going to be coming over and we'll stay together for a while. On Monday, I find out if I got approved or not for the new place that I want to live at, which will give us a really good time frame of what we're gonna do.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Stop giving out details. Stop telling me what to do.
Later that day, Clara tweeted, "Do I have any followers in Europe? Let me know if you want to meet up." Her first stream back revealed she was in Northern Ireland.
So, I'm okay. I am currently in Ireland.
You do not look okay. What is going on with your hair, homegirl? What is happening here? Holy shit.
I am staying with a friend. I'm safe. Things are good. Don't tell people what country. It is completely fine. Do you know how dense Ireland is? Very dense
Do you know how small Ireland is?
country. I do not think it's gonna be a problem.
She was staying with a friend named Ellen. Her ex-fiance never moved over for reasons we're actually going to discuss later. Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and their apartment was found within 24 hours. And a troll took this photo outside their building. They were able to find her location just by using a doorknob. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any of this behavior or doing it, or even saying if you're careless.
I need to ask Turbs, how? If you're a hacker, how do you find people based on a fucking bed sheet and a doorknob? How? How do you do that?
You deserve that this happens to you. My argument is that if you're willing to leave a continent to another continent to escape trolls, there is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the risk of doxing. For example, not buying equipment specifically for IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland. I want to reiterate, if you are in hiding, why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the public, and then also share where you plan on going in?
That's facts. That's facts. If you're also, why would you move? Because why would you move from the place that you got swatted? Because I think the safest thing to do if you get swatted the first time, that I would just stay where I got swatted. Because now the police is aware that, hey, this place got swatted. It's probably somebody making troll calls. And did her hair just go white? I've never seen that animation before. But again, if you got swatted the first time, then the police knows that you got swatted and you're protected. More or less, you're protected. They know that you would be on like some kind of watch list, so that way they're not breaking into your house, so they're not trying to forcibly enter. They're not going to come forcefully. They're going to be like, hey, listen, we know that you've gotten prank calls. We're just letting you know we got another call. Blah 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 blah.
In advance, by her own admission, she wanted to stoke the flames in order to maximize publicity.
By intentionally making myself a lightning rod so I could make kiwi farms more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice. Because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod.
What does that mean?
I egged kiwi farms on. I wanted them to attack me. Because by doing that, I was able to show the world how fucking vile they are.
In the past, streamers have been punished for similar behavior.
Ooh, I fucked up. I had three 3-star blessings. Reset it because I was thinking I was getting another 3-star and I got hit with 1 stars all around. Yo, I fucked that up bad.
Behavior. Ice Poseidon was notorious for being a constant target of swatting. He was ultimately banned after streaming and getting swatted inside an airport, and while it wasn't his fault, at a certain point he was clearly feigning ignorance and enabling his troll's behavior for content. What makes Clara's behavior different, and what actually prevented her from staying in Canada? Well, if you think it's fucked up for me to question it, don't worry, because Keffals has since admitted that this entire cover story was all a lie. Nowadays, her explanation for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé, Alex, who she now accuses of being abusive. To not get too deep into it, this is after her ex-fiancé called her out for leaving to cheat on her with Ellen.
This is where I need to admit something. Last year, I was in the papers. This was on CBC, Canada's biggest media outlet. Twitch streamer and trans activist says she's leaving Canada for a while due to harassment. Earlier this month, Clara Sorrenti was the target of a swatting incident and has been doxxed and hacked. And there was a criticism that I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment?
That's a good question. What's your answer? Because I said the exact same thing. Because you'd be safer where you were.
And as we found out, it didn't. Because once I landed in Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex.
Okay, so we're changing the narrative. You said beforehand you left the country to get away from being doxxed and harassed, to all of a sudden you left the country because your ex-fiance was abusing you. Okay.
Because I was scared of my ex. Because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's
So I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not trying to be mean or anything like this. This is valid criticism. I don't believe her, or I don't entirely believe her. One of the reasons why I don't believe her is because all the streams that I've seen with her and her fiance, he seemed like a very supportive person, and that might be on the surface. That probably is surface level, but he seemed relatively supportive. Also, the other reason I don't believe her is because she has a history of lying. She has a history of playing the victim. She has a history of blaming other people for her own misgivings. She has a huge history of doing stuff like that. Now all of a sudden she's blaming somebody else for her own, for something that she did. It's not her fault. It's somebody else's fault. It's like the Three Little Pigs. To some extent, not the Three Little Pigs. Sorry, it's like the Boy Who Cried Wolf. To some extent, the more you blame other people for the things that you do, the less people are bound to believe you. And this is just one of those situations.
That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the papers while all the journalists were circling around and writing their stories. I didn't want that to be known. I didn't want any of this to ever be out in public. So here's
Her escape basically amounted to a paid-for vacation across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter.
Oh, I cannot wait to get my new apartment and set up a studio. Insane. Staying in Ireland and heading to Spain. You went from Ireland to Spain. Oh my God.
Circle on September 14th. Claire reveals she was staying in Ireland until the 27th, then heading to Spain until the 11th, before moving into her apartment on the 12th. Now the dates imply that she had already just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play. Claire then briefly returned to Ireland before flying to the United States to attend TwitchCon. Not only did she stream the event IRL, but she even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Keffals went to go, and she went up to Melina, and she was,
Hey, that's my boy right there, Chud Logic.
She was shaking. It was like she was so anxious or so angry she was shaking, right? And she said, "Tell your husband, if he doesn't stop coming for me, I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted." No memes. That happened, okay?
So Keffals moved...
Was that recorded though? Because if it was recorded, then if somebody recorded her saying that, Keffals can do nothing. There's nothing she can do, because then YouTube will be able to prove that it was malicious intent, and that there's no actual reason, that they're only taking down the video or taking down the channel because the person is intending to do that. They're faking it or whatever, unless Destiny allegedly is harassing her, which he's not. But also pretty sure Destiny can also, if she was able to do that to him, he could also do that to her, especially with all of the false claims that she made against him, such as stealthing and whatnot, or him being transphobic. So whatever she's trying to do to her, whatever she's trying to do to him, he could also do to her.
Into her new apartment on October 12th.
That's just not a win-win situation.
Money to pay for a full year's worth of rent in advance.
So just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving then. I have it. I've already paid. I'm putting it, I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000.
Oh, 28 grand is insane. Holy shit, a luxury apartment for 28 grand? Oh my god. Holy
So
shit.
far, Clara has admitted to spending the money on new devices, as well as equipment for IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain from Ireland, but ended up at a play in London instead. She then flies to TwitchCon in the United States before getting an apartment in Canada and then paying an entire year's worth of rent. There, she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights. While it's difficult to make an exact calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set, it's just like part of my home. But it is basically a set. I have like studio lights, I have like whole camera thing, it's very professional. So I had to go through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again.
How do you... You know, there's an easier way to make your devices hack-proof, right? There's easier way not to make your devices hack-proof. One of those ways would be just don't go online. That's one way. Also, don't share your passwords. That's another way. I'm assuming using an IP. What is it? Changing your IP is another thing you can do. A VPN is something you can do to avoid being hacked. There's so many deterrents that you can set up to avoid being hacked. And also, there's things you can look up online for free to avoid being hacked. It's just common sense.
Again, they also help.
Why do you need to hire a security team to not get hacked? That baffles me. That actually baffles me.
A whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. I already hired a lawyer.
An NDA?
And all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it.
Then why are you talking about it?
So the money towards a legal fund is being utilized.
Oh, okay. She's talking about the legal fund. That's why she's talking about it. Oh yeah, she's trying to cope about where the money for the legal fund is going.
But until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything. So I use the money to find a place, to contract a security company to keep myself safe, and to hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing beyond making her devices hack-proof. That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffals tried to intimidate the user with their personal information, claiming to have hired a private investigator. I know the PI will get me more, though. He's still talking to the family and school officials. This didn't work because they doxed the wrong person. The user and asked if she paid for the PI using her GoFundMe. Clara responded, "No, the GoFundMe is currently in savings until I need to use it." In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real several times. And I don't know about you, but hiring a private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action.
Imagine hiring a private investigator and they get it wrong. Oh my God.
In fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire.
Why? So, if what she claims, because she's claimed over the course of her being criticized, wouldn't it be easier just to show where the money is going? Not make basis statements, right? Just show where the money is going. Like, give out receipts. Wouldn't that be the best way to prove that you are using the money? But I'm assuming she can't do that because she's not properly using the money.
A lawyer.
Or she is using the money, she's just not using it where it's supposed to be used.
What's interesting is that...
And I'm willing to bet that the money is actually being used, or rather when that $500 of food that when she was getting doxxed and whatnot, she set that up. This is just all an elaborate plot. That's what it is. It's all an elaborate plot. I can only imagine that that's where the money went. She planned this out from the very beginning.
By her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting 2 more. The day after the GoFundMe had launched, it was one of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly raising her goal.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move. But more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses.
And she should have held on to those receipts.
I'm not just moving. I'm also taking legal action. I already have 1 lawyer, and I'm consulting with 2 more.
Why? Assuming that's true, don't lawyers want a retainer even when you do consult with them? Isn't there like a down payment or whatnot? So you're just spending more money unnecessarily? Why?
I'm going to get justice for what happened to me. And for every other marginalized person in this country.
Professional victim alert.
Who has been victimized. Legal fees are incredibly expensive.
Yeah, so why are you consulting with 2 more lawyers? Holy shit.
And I feel very fortunate that I was able to raise this much money because
You know who's not fortunate? The people that are donating to you. I don't think they feel very fortunate. There you go.
To take legal action if it wasn't for that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off pursuing legal action against the London police.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see justice. There's a lot of leads right now, and they might actually be able to catch the person who swatted me. And with what is going on and the connections to Kiwi Farms, knowing that they're monitoring the thread, we might actually see something happen.
Now, at around the same time, she told the Kiwi Farms user the money was in savings. She claimed she never said she was going to sue the police.
Yeah, that's all I said. I never...
No. She said she was pursuing legal action against the police. That's suing the police, or that's in tangent with suing the police. Hold on.
Said that I was going to sue the police. I wanted to be very careful with the language that I used because I don't know exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually going to take...
So you set up a GoFundMe without knowing what your end goal was. You set up a GoFundMe without any kind of plan. So that, bro, how is that not enough? I'm gonna say this, dog. If anybody donated to her, you should be getting your money back. High key.
Legal action in some way or another, but I don't know yet, and I can't talk about the different things that have been discussed between my lawyer and I.
Now, going back to Destiny's manifesto, this was scrutinized on a much wider scale, which led many to start asking for a breakdown of expenses. Clara refused.
There you go.
I'm not providing a product to investors. I won't be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons.
Okay, I'm gonna do this 10 pull real quick and pray that I get something. Come on, what am I getting? Do I get anything? Uh-oh, wait a minute. I think that was a 5. Is that a 5-star? It looked like a 4-star. Let me see. What I get? Is it a 5-star? It's a 4-star. Fuck me.
Clara rebuked that there was a legal fund. She got an apartment and was now processing the entire event. Now, you're probably wondering, if she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads, "We have concluded a review of our records and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided to us as being relevant. The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi Farms, and KiwiFarms.net. Now this proves she was paying money to consult lawyers about a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London police. It's dated August 10th, the same exact day as her stream, stating that she'd consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police. And if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this and why it never...
Okay, why not? Let's do another temple. Because I'm probably not going to get it because I already got the 5-star from here. Yeah, I didn't get it. Unfortunate. I already got the 5-star, but it wasn't who I wanted. I got the one of the fucking basic 5 stars. Himiko, that's what I got. March 7th, what a waste.
...actually came to fruition. One thing I also want to address is some people have said, whoa, did you get some of your evidence on the Kiwi Farms? Even if I did, that doesn't make the evidence inadmissible. A lot of the Kiwi Farms evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of a web page and tweets and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the middle of a neo-Nazi compound?
That's one thing. That's one thing that I've disliked over whenever I do research is a lot of people get mad when I pull up a Wikipedia article saying that Wikipedia is not a credible source. Believe it or not, Wikipedia can actually be a very credible source, especially when it comes to things that are along the realms of math, arts, like liberal arts, like what is it? Math, liberal arts, what is it called? Holy shit, it's escaping me. Philosophy. Like there's a lot of different topics that Wikipedia is like a great source of information. There's nothing really wrong with Wikipedia, and over time, they have gotten better at making sure that misinformation doesn't get added. They're not perfect by any means, but that's still better than going to fucking Reddit and trying to get information. They're still better than a lot of resources that a lot of people tend to use. Are they the best resource? No, not at all. But they are still a great source of research. The one reason why I know a lot of college professors and a lot of high school teachers like people to avoid using Wikipedia because it's like one of the most common places where students try to cheat and get their information from, because I've seen a lot of papers. I've even graded a lot of papers back when I was teaching, where a student will use a Wikipedia article and just type it in their essay papers word for word, and it's crazy. But Wikipedia is not a bad source of information by any means.
Yeah, trust me, I get the whole building surrounding it is pretty shitty, but that doesn't mean the evidence is inadmissible. It's still perfectly good evidence.
Yeah.
I just wanted to address this point because it's a common deflection and one that I absolutely need to nip in the butt.
Suing Kiwi Farms was actually something that I previously considered and was consulting with lawyers about doing that. And I basically came to the conclusion after looking into it that
she actually looks pretty decent in this one clip, because that other clip where her hair was like nasty, Jesus Christ.
It's not worth it. There's little...
Her forehead is still massive. Holy shit. She got that Rihanna forehead.
I can do as a Canadian to benefit from doing a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms. The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which there is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting that letter, Claire admitted on a private stream that she hadn't even started yet. Her unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which
Don't travel. Just don't travel. Like I said, she would have been so much better off if she had stayed where she originally was. She would have been so much better off.
to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down, I'm back in Canada, and I have time to work on this now. Consulted quite a bit with my lawyers, but we, at the time, were, especially during the campaign, basically unsure of how to go forward.
Why did it censor the word suck? I put you suck. I don't know why it censored that. Holy shit. Yo, what?
Especially because my availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
But the problem is right now is that I'm still in the process of I have to collect all the evidence. One of the first steps that you need to do is collect evidence. And if you announce prematurely who you are taking legal action against, it gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible.
Yes, actually, yeah. Which is why she shouldn't be going. But wait, the party she's talking about Kiwi Farms? I missed that while I was like baffled by the word suck being censored. Is she talking about Kiwi Farms or is she talking about the police? Because the police doesn't, or rather, let me not say that so brazenly, but the police doesn't destroy evidence, right? Or at least non-corrupt police would destroy evidence. It's not something common, especially for something as minor as somebody mentioning your dead name. Like, holy shit.
I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
Now, for this to make sense, you kind of have to assume she wasn't talking about the police. In that case...
Oh yeah, so she was trying to talk about the police. There's no way they destroy evidence.
We already know what proof does or does not exist. Her recount can't be proven, and even if we're to believe her, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This is brought up by Nicholas Diorio, who got some interesting answers.
Hey, Nick Diorio, funny as shit. This dude is hilarious.
Out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging with legal action of the police.
I am. It's just like there's been so much shit that happened, and then like immediately after like getting back from everything, I had to move, and I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Claire describes a specific incident in which she was dead named while being put in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake, and the officer didn't know what a dead name was.
Now, there are questions as to the dead naming taking place. They claim they have no footage of you being dead named once you get back to the precinct. And you claim there was dead naming. So the only time that could have happened is during the swatting itself. Is that still something that you claim?
Yeah, that was something that happened with the constable that arrested me, like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit. But
He knows that she lied.
And I understand the like how this upset you and your family. But it really does sound like you kind of slandered those cops. Like
100% she slandered them.
I don't think I slandered them. I mean,
if
like
taking them at face
No,
value,
you
right,
100% slandered them.
that they thought when they were going into your house that they were like potentially dealing with somebody who was planning to shoot up a like public office building or something like that with like politicians, then like it's totally possible that they thought that was your name. Like that you went by that name. So
I
that's
know,
my
because
biggest
the email.
problem.
Did you read the email?
Yes, I did read
The
the email.
first sentence of the email is, "My name is Clara Sorrenti."
But then it was signed with your dead name.
It said, "My name is Clara Sorrenti," and then my dead name is blank, and they put the dead name. So they made a decision at that point that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter? Who cares? Who cares? Why is she so hyper focused on them using her name or her former name? Why?
The officer that
That's not a reason to scam hundreds of people out of donations just to make sure you're safe. That fuck.
the officer that actually arrested me said she did not actually know what a dead name was.
Now, this is where the story starts to take a very drastic turn. In the same private stream, Clara states that she had 2 years to take legal action due to the statute of limitations. Her plan was to start sometime in December or January of 2023.
A timeline of how things are happening. I have a total of 2 years to take legal actions. That's a statute of limitations.
Oh, okay. So such a limitations is 2 years. Gotcha.
Want to start
I thought it was 4 years, but it's actually 2 years.
before this year ends, ideally. Like if I can kick things off in December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's what I want. I talked to my lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service. Once the video is out, everyone will know all of the details of the case going forward. I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
This never came to fruition with the activist.
5 years? Does a defamation case take that long? Wait, hold on. It's not even. Is it even a defamation case? What? Why would it take 5 years? I can't imagine a case like this. A case involving the police would take 5 years. I feel like you would settle before it hits 5 years, unless you can, unless she wants to continue milking people out of their money.
Drifting away from politics and stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar in her own community to the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her. Her self-destructive behavior drew a lot of concern, which eventually led people to discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2023, and a few days later that Clara admitted herself to inpatient rehab. Now, I'm not here to shame Keffals about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very...
I am. I will. If you won't say it, I will. There's no way you should be buying drugs from donation money. There's no way you should be getting addicted to substances while you are actively trying to pay legal fees, while you're actively trying to quote unquote avoid being doxxed, you're taking so many steps to avoid being harassed, and your answer is to go on a drug binge. That's not... You're an adult. To some extent, you need to start taking accountability for your actions. To some extent, you need to actually start thinking about what you're doing. And instead of properly spending the donation money, you go and get you go get addicted to shit.
Seriously.
Holy shit. Even if you are depressed, even if I give her that much room, right? Even if you are depressed, you're putting people's livelihoods in your hands because they worked hard for the money and they're giving it to you for your safety, and you're going out and doing drugs. Give them a fucking refund. Refund the money.
Also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempted swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing full-blown Colombian. And I'm not talking about no coffee, boy.
I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place. And around the end of 2022, I started drinking, which made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, and then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine at the start of 2023.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender.
8-day coke bender? How do you not overdose from that?
Before finding out that some of that coke was, I guess, cut with meth.
8 days into a cocaine.
Hello, guys and gals.
Oh, did I
Horror
did I
2020
accidentally
has
go
been an
backwards?
Absolutely abysmal year for a lot of
Oh
people. I mean, we
no!
definitely had
Hold on, I fucked up somewhere. Here we go.
To a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the dreaded R word.
How again? How? How do you not overdose?
Ooh, which she later blamed on withdrawals, apparently. Her spiral worsened as she started doing coke, meth, benzos, while attempting to buy H on the dark web.
Started
By H? What is? Is that what I think it is?
doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering him from the dark net.
Can you not say that on YouTube? Why is that bleeped out? Why can you say coke and meth, but you can't say heroin? Why is that bleeped on YouTube? I'm curious. Is that what he means by H? I can only assume that's what he meant, right?
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to, without medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the addiction rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like Recovery.com price a 30-day stay at the facility at 20,000 Canadian.
Holy shit. It's cheaper to 30 days, $20,000 for 30 days. Yo. I'd rather go on a cruise. I feel like it's cheaper to go on a cruise. Bruh, it's cheaper to fucking go traveling out of country. I feel like that would be cheaper than a 30-day stay. Well, I guess. No, it's cheaper. No, it's 100% cheaper. I don't even think a hotel for 30 days cost $20,000. I guess depending on what hotel you go to. Because let's assume a hotel is $150 a night, and you stay for 30 days. Yeah, not even that's 20 grand. Holy shit.
Dollars. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fun money at the end. However,
okay. As someone who's actually within her direct circle, no. The addiction happened long after she used the majority of the money moving to a new place, furnishing that place, buying an entirely new streaming setup because the cops took all her shit. Okay. Buying legal defense and counsel, buying therapy for the trauma Kiwi Farms put her through. The addiction started after she started streaming and making money again. The drugs were almost entirely cut out of her streaming income and then a bit into the fun money at the end. Oof.
However much a bit is, we might never know. Her relapse began right as she was supposed to initiate legal action. That, by her own admission, hadn't even started. Remember, she was apparently collecting evidence to beat the statute of limitations. And after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security firm, and private investigator, consulting lawyers about kiwi farms, and paying an entire year's worth of rent because fuck it, why not? She spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab facility that cost approximately $20K USD. Sorry,
Oof.
hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she claimed to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards anything vaguely resembling those initial stated goals. In April of 2024, Keffals' lawyer, Justin Anisman, filed a complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribune. The application hereby argues she is the victim of discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, of the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges LPS officers used her dead name and gender. During the arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists. In a private conversation, she explained
she's
pushing
made a
body
claim
cams
that she
was
can't
one
even
of her
prove.
main goals. If I could get one thing from all of this, it would be body cams, since the police didn't even have them in my hometown. There is no evidence where she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she." The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative.
Am I allowed to make an inappropriate joke? Am I allowed to make an inappropriate joke? Oh my god. Because there's so much I can say on that. There's so much I can say.
Realistically should have been her leading story, since it's also at gunpoint, apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against kiwi farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I've basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible.
But it's not... This is what bothers me, right? It's not the police's fault. It's not their fault that you got swatted. You should, instead of going after the police, you should go after the person who set that up in the first place. The police has nothing to do with that. It's just unfair justification. I'm gonna have to adjust the volume on this game that I'm about to play, because this is my first time playing it. I'm kind of excited to play Punishing Gray Ravens because I've never touched it. So rap battle event winner list. Ooh, why did I not know about that? I would have participated in that.
I wanted to
I can spit a few bars.
even potentially pursue legal action against them, but they've taken the threat against my life very seriously, and I want to see justice.
Now, this is in stark contrast to the reduced feelings and security described by Clara as a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their...
Okay, I just realized I think I have to sign in using my email, so I'm just going to play this at a different time. I might hop on Fortnite and see how much time I got left to finish the battle pass.
Treatment of Clara left her unable to leave her home. By the way of example, she feels incapable of leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of a fear that LPS will continue to discriminate against her. This is patently untrue, given that the time frame is when she traveled across the world. It also doesn't make any sense to blame London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages.
That's extreme. That's a lot of money.
Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code. In order for damages of the injury to applicant's dignity, feelings...
Your dignity is worth 75 grand, almost 100 grand. Holy shit.
And self-respect in the total amount of $75,000. and an order that LPS compensate the applicant for the loss of income suffered and other special damages incurred as a result of
Income suffered? I don't think your income suffered 50 grand for your devices being taken away for 3 days.
the
There's no way.
plus interest therein.
If you're making 50 grand in 3 days, then why do you need donation money? Why do you need GoFundMe money? Because you're making 50 grand in 3 days. Holy shit. So I can only imagine that you're making more than you're pushing way more than 6 figures a year. You're pushing way more than that.
In the amount of $50,000. Now, I can't claim to know the intricacies behind the actual lawsuit over here and the Human Rights Tribunal. To be honest, I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is a status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much more than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask Keffals, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not. In Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers have been processed and they are awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this
Yo, Willymac, yo, that comment.
a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert.
Did my Fortnite freeze? Nothing's happening here. Oh, there it goes.
Expert in the HRTO, and this section might be pending. And because Keffals is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keffals deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense. She didn't need to move and used the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems. She didn't just use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was gonna do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit.
That's what I was saying. Why does she need so much money? Why does she need why does she need like, what was it, 75,000 for? Okay, hold on. I gotta skip all this. I also need to make sure I'm not playing any music because of copyright. Oh, I guess not. Why is there more cinematics? I've already seen the cinematic. Why is there more? Okay, no music. Awesome. Why does she need so much money? If her devices wasn't destroyed, she didn't experience anything. She might have been traumatized, but that's as far as it goes.
That has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any actual legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum. You can see what people are saying, and that also means it's difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't brag about it on the site. To be clear,
man, do I want to finish this battle pass? Do I really want to finish this battle pass? I have a few days. That's on May 24th. What day is it today? I have a few more days to finish this battle pass. That is all the time that I have. Should I do it is the question now. There you go.
they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent. They collect and organize personal information, and I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi Farms users doxed her old house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main culprit. There is a completely different site that actually took credit for the harassment that veered into actual criminality. For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to be referring to this website as Website Zero, like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Clara's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts...
Why is everybody calling it Website Zero? Out of curiosity. I've heard Website Zero. What is the name of the website? Can we stop treating it like it's fucking Voldemort and like actually say the name? I can understand that people don't want to say it because chances are it'll cause more issues, like probably increase the traffic of people going there. I can understand that. But if other people want to do research into the site, or if you want to get the site shut down, why is my PC rocking like that? I need to take a look at the legs. Why not say the name? Because honestly, there's going to be somebody who's going to find out what it is, and it's going to be publicized anyway.
Addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The doc stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara continued to blame Kiwi Farms instead for hacking her Uber account. Even directly calling...
Damn, so Kiwi Farms caught friendly fire. Not even friendly fire, but they caught that misfire. They got attacked for no reason.
For Cloudflare to halt services in response to that.
Actually, I take it...
Here she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland.
I'm going to assume the reason why she attacked Kiwi Farms instead of Website Zero is, one, Kiwi Farms probably has information on her that she wants taken away. And Website Zero, according to what I'm hearing from everybody, is probably far more dangerous in comparison to Kiwi Farms, and can probably do more harm to her than what Kiwi Farms can do.
To flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26th to August 29th. Website Zero identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob. Keffals blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police. And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they've also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms.
Woo!
She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand, he left comments on Website Zero, and Website Zero was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself.
What?
Except Northern Irish police did not pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they were knocking at the door. Compared to what happened in Canada when I got an assault rifle pointed at me, that's nothing. Cops are playing with the cat here.
That's interesting that the Canadians are
on, H3 Cook.
Militarized the police there. I didn't realize.
Police were calm during this incident because Keffals was not swatted. It was a
good hit.
check from someone afraid she was in danger. The person who contacted police reached out to Destiny to explain they were worried about a stalker. They specifically refute the idea they called in a stabbing. On the H3 podcast, Keffals stated that the swatting had mentioned a stabbing. But that there were no
how am I getting out
guns
of this
when they
situation?
visited. This link shows the
he's got the
response unit,
stupid
which is
lightning
deployed
rods.
for when
Okay.
someone reports a
I can make
stabbing
it out of
in
this.
active situation. There's a picture there that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffals gave on the H3H3 podcast about
You suck, get good, kid.
is utter horseshit.
I say that while I'm
And
running.
if you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassing her. As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment.
Oh,
was
they caught the people who was harassing
by
her?
a now defunct group on Website Zero known as Vile. Vile docks several people related to #DropKiwiFarms, including
Do I not have a scope?
and the owner of the DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as their signature is present in the pastes themselves. Some of their known techniques include using fake emergency data requests to impersonate government officials. They also use stolen passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information.
Holy
That, though,
shit,
was
these
a
guys
need
are
for extortion.
insane.
This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and charged in March of 2023. Now, while the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement did their job, the important distinction here, though, is what Vile did was criminal. There is legal recourse for extortion. Amongst the many crimes they committed, Kiwi Farms, on the other hand, is still entirely legal, which is why she has to poison the well against them. Her motivations are especially curious given this DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting, where she flatly stated she didn't want to talk about Kiwi Farms anymore. Later on, Clara admitted she targeted the site not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
So she defamed an entire website.
Bad it is.
Just
it's like a secret. How we
for
don't
no
say the
reason.
name of it, but everyone knows it and everyone's worried about it. And it's like, it sounds like the perfect website for a campaign for them to get dropped by their fucking service provider. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's like,
I don't think the momentum is there for that though. Like with the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, it was just really opportune timing. I had all this media attention on me, and journalists were like following every fucking thing I said and did.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even know about the second website until they went after me.
Bruv.
yeah, but when you describe it as like a worse version of the same website, but whoa, please don't talk about it. That's crazy.
Well, it's like
It's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwi Farms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwi Farms for the actions of another separate community. It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of Website Zero as the actions of Website Zero that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails to address this in a satisfying way.
Question, Keffals, to
Okay,
you.
I had
So
somebody
basically,
riding
if
my
there's
ass.
another website that's doing things as malicious or more malicious than the Kiwi Farms post, I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous. They also don't have as many active users because the people who...
Wait,
on the
Kiwi
other
Farms
side,
don't have
people
more
who do
active
it, they're
users?
more technically skilled in what they do. But also because they had more extensive documentation of my family, and I didn't want to put that out there. I think that's reasonable, right? Like,
Why am I missing
I don't
my
want
shots?
my family to get hurt.
Sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwi Farms. Like, this place is doxing you. This person's posting tons of your information.
Why do you
It's
defend
stalking
Kiwi
you to
Farms so
multiple...
much? I think
it makes you wonder
Oh
if
my
she's-
god, he's
if she
hitting his
wasn't
shots.
willing to go after the site because she was actually
I got
afraid.
fucking
Why
wrecked.
did she target Kiwi Farms in the first place? Why continuously lie about the site being down?
I really wish they'd get rid of the water bending thing. I genuinely wish they would get rid of the water bending. It's so annoying. Out of all of the freaking special weapons, that one is like the worst.
To your followers. Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site? Is there something that she was trying to hide? So 47 minutes in, you probably know that I have to address the big...
Look at that. That's insane.
Massive elephant.
Oh my god, Catboy Ranch. The whole Catboy Ranch situation. Oh, this is where it gets juicy. This is where the drama gets really juicy.
In the room, okay? Horton hears a who, boyos. The reason for this is because I don't even think we can begin to have this conversation without showing now definitively that Keffals, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally warped and obfuscated. And even questioning it will get you labeled a transphobe, okay? And I'm not a transphobe. I'm bringing this up, okay? This is very, this is a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment from Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true. There is truth to the idea they'll call just about anyone a groomer just because that they're trans. However, this has allowed Keffals to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions and pretend...
This is actually true. I went, because I was curious, I went on Kiwi Farms, and the amount of transphobia on that site is insane. Holy shit. I'm talking about, I saw some really wild shit there. It's nasty.
And as if there's nothing she has personally done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms, the big bad farms. At the end of the day, if documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself. Keffals will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability, and it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones and Catboy Ranch. In June of 2022, Clara began sponsoring the DIY HRT directory. For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote-unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical-grade medications,
safely is a very strong word there, my boy.
Offers a number of homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen, in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory.
I fucked up real bad.
Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexualized depictions of young boys cross-dressing. Again, I have to blur this out because it is actually a violation
Oh my god!
of YouTube's TOS.
Oh, Catboy, this is insane shit right here. Oh my goodness,
Text
hold
on
on.
the box that reads, "Keep out of reach of parents." It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category of Shota or Loli, which Keffals has given her own opinion of in the past. It's already questionable to endorse what are effectively unregulated drugs. It's even worse to explicitly advocate for their use by minors. Keffals bragged about donating thousands of dollars a year to the site to help people get access to HRT before the age of 18. She said, "I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down." The directory was even added as a link to her website, with an accompanying chat command. By then, she was marketing her community as a safe space for teenagers. As a former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say, to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down. I have no opposition to providing safe access to HRT for trans people who need them.
If it's safe,
That's the thing. If doctors can come in and there's a way to safely do it 100%, get the proper people involved, not me, not Keffals the activist, both of us are clearly not doctors, sure. But it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals with shady histories like Keffals and deceitful messaging to illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors. The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe.
So just to jump in on this, because I know I've been kind of quiet because I've been kind of focusing on this game. But the one thing that kind of bothers me about all of this is why are we advertising HRT to minors in the first place, especially without parent consent? That is the biggest violation out of out of everything Keffals did. The biggest violation is offering HRT to minors without parents' consent. That is the biggest fucked up part. Because one, I can also assume that they're being influenced by the community that they're in. I'm not saying that this is not a choice that they're actively making, but by that same notion, these are minors. They don't even know what they want to do with their life yet, and yet we're telling them that, hey, you should transition because you feel like, you feel like you are a gender that other than what you were assigned to. Why are we encouraging for them to transition early? Because honestly, the reason why a lot of people struggle is because they don't have the support that they need. If someone was to transition without that proper support, then it can lead to a lot of problematic events, including being is the proper term segregated? I think the proper term is segregated, or they'd be excluded from their family members, their friends, just all. Oh man, it's just not good. So when you hop on the internet and people are saying, "Hey, you should transition," "Hey, I believe in you," that's online. That has nothing to do with what you're experiencing in real life. So you just like willingly fucked yourself. I mean,
and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffals for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 minors on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secretly sending HRT to minors. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bathtub estrogen. No one tell them I've helped more than one minor order. I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The directory does, in fact, take cryptocurrency, and at one point even instructed minors on how to buy Bitcoin.
I was about to say, how would
purchase Bitcoin for you or go to your
how would minors know how to use Bitcoin? But holy shit,
local BTC
you're even teaching them how to do that.
ATM. Chloe has also referenced minors in relation to an act known as pink pilling, the act of convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions.
Oh,
pink
come
pilling
on.
minors is based, actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT.
Isn't that-
I have unironically pink pilled like half a dozen minors, and by pink pill, I mean point them to HRT resources after they reach out.
Oh my god. Okay, couple of things. Isn't what they're describing also considered grooming? Isn't that a form of grooming? Just out of curiosity, I'm pretty sure that has to be a form of grooming. That can't be something that's legal in any circumstances. Holy shit.
So when this was brought to the public's attention, several changes to the site were made. They removed Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals and implemented a site-wide age warning. This seems to contradict their explicit advocacy for minors to use the site. 2 days later, Chloe announced she would no longer be involved in the directory. Keffals similarly distanced herself and her sponsorship vanished. She has tried to downplay her accusation ever since, and this is what she had to say earlier this year when questioned about the directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month and they put my website link in the banner. This was the extent of my involvement. I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones.
Liar.
I didn't sell anything to trans minors and I wasn't involved in production or distribution.
Liar.
Claire didn't just
Ooh.
endorse it. She was
I saw a
friends with
movement
the
over there.
creator who openly gloated about pink pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I wanted you on the stream because I have a lot of trans youth who watch the stream, so you gotta like chill your pink pilling stuff.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So I am pretty well known for those who don't know. People know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and how to, access DIY HRT. And
Holy
so,
shit.
I have the site, which people already sending a link in chat, is DIYHRT.github.io. If the mods want to like plug that would be amazing. And
So while Chloe has since disappeared from the internet, there was actually a new development. It was discovered that shortly after retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020.
No
On
way.
February 14, 2020, on about 7:18 a.m., an individual wearing a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police 30 seconds after I leave the door. Give me all your money. No bug money." The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash in the box, and the robber then left the bank with the box of cash. The teller
There's
walked
no
to the door
way.
and told her manager what happened. The police were called. This individual was identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker
What is
device hidden
this?
between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found, reported to police,
Uh-oh.
and they retrieved $5,190.
Come at me,
cash.
boy.
And Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the Criminal Law Notebook, a free resource on Canadian criminal law, says the average sentence in Alberta for this exact type of crime is 4 years and possibly a fine. And while it's unclear who owns the directory now, it's still around to this day. In fact, they recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals. In fact, they even added back that
Yo, his aim is on
Otokonoko
point.
Pharmaceuticals, clearly waiting
Well, he's
for
not
that
catching up
public
with me, dog.
backlash to die down. Needless to say, everyone involved in this entire situation has exhibited suspicious behavior at best.
So, one surprising development that actually kicked in while I'm sitting in my hotel room right now is apparently one of the actual pharmaceutical groups that was listed on the DIY HRT directory, vanapharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically only within the United Kingdom, accepts cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 has actually been hit with a pretty bad letter in this regard. So for this is from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the United Kingdom. And if we look closely over here, you can see that we investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products. And during one of our investigations, the following domain name has come to our attention: vanapharma.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has its own law, blah, 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 blah. So what they actually were hit with over here, the violations, is Regulation 46, where a person may not sell or supply, or offer to sell or supply a medicinal product otherwise than in accordance with the terms, okay? And of course, Regulation 214, which is a person may not sell or supply a prescription-only medicine except in accordance with a prescription given by an appropriate practitioner. And of course, Regulation 279, which is a person may not publish an advertisement
Well, that was
for a
useless.
medicinal product.
I thought he had something on me.
Force of the product.
I guess not.
So yeah, they got hit with.
Do not like this
something,
gun. Holy
again,
shit.
Before anybody in their camp says whatever they were doing with the DIY HRT directory was legal, this is a clear example of how what they were doing was actually not, and it required governmental intervention. And this is a clear example of government regulation kicking in and proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board.
And it's understandable why many would be dubious of their intentions.
They also say,
H3,
I guess
H3.
one of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people who didn't have access to hormones. You are telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my god. No, I
Deny
don't
it,
know how to
deny
make
it.
homemade hormones.
You
I
liar.
noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Keffals calls anyone who questions her behavior, past or present, transphobic, accusing her critics of pedo-jacketing and groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Bosch's horse folder, he poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves. Now you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website. To attack
Is that true?
What's truly
Is it true that
about this is
Kiwi
something
Farms
like
made
pedo-jacketing
people
actually can
want to
be a
off
real
themselves?
problem.
Also,
It would be
was really
dishonest to act
ironic.
like baseless accusations
Was
of pedophilia
really,
against
really ironic about this whole thing
actually exist.
is that when after this video was posted, Muda himself got criticized and called transphobic for the thumbnail. For the thumbnail and for allegedly not using her proper pronouns.
But once again, Clara uses all of this
Insane.
to avoid accountability for her own actions. Clara, Keffals, your identity is not a shield from criticism, okay?
Right.
Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus. And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch. For the longest time, Keffals used to block anyone who referenced Catboy Ranch. It was actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting. But journalists declined to include it. Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it. When I was swatted, the swatters mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi Farms misinformation. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation speaks for itself. Nothing on Kiwi Farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself. With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was. When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response long after in June of 2023.
Oh,
The story
insane.
of the actual Catboy Ranch server starts with a Twitter account she owned by the same name. It was created in 2020. The plan? To create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys so I can herd them all into my ranch. It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her
people left.
DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you
Wasn't
wanna be
this
added
Discord
to
like
the
full of
Catboy
minors
Ranch
as
group
well?
chat. It was by any metric an adult space, with pornographic art posted on the account and used
Jesus
as the
Christ.
Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I'm coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was a cat.
Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's wild. Sorry, I have to apologize in advance. Well, not in advance because I'm still doing it. I got so into my game that I didn't actually give proper reactions. But like, is this not considered grooming? Is this not grooming a minor? If you have a Discord where it's full of adult content, is that not grooming? If you're encouraging adult like comics, doujins, I'm assuming, especially if it's under Catboys and things like this makes me nervous. Does that not fall under grooming? Because I'm assuming what's probably gonna happen is that when these minors turn 18, the medallion is over there, which means someone died over there, and they're hiding. Uh-oh, there it is. Oh. There he goes. I almost had him. Ran away, little bitch. But yeah, I can only assume that, come get me, beautiful. I'm going this way. Got one more. But I can only assume that this falls under grooming a minor. Alright, I'm kind of focused. I'm focused. He's stopping right there. He's in the car. He's waiting on me. There it goes. Oh, he's got me. Fuck. How did he hit me with the... Yo, what was that shot? What was that shot? That shot was like an immediate headshot while I was in midair. Holy shit. Anyway, let's continue. Oh my gosh.
Catboy until he starts crying right about now.
Oh, that was a sniper shot?
Followers by early 2021.
Holy
It was
shit.
around this time, her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme throughout her post was the idea of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach.
I'm sorry, what did that just say? No, hold on. Where is it at?
Until he starts crying right about now. The account reached 8,000 followers by early 2021. It was around this time her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme.
Why are you watching your...
idea of ownership?
Oh!
Which is when things get really strange.
Some of y'all are
the Discord server.
wild.
The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020.
Some of y'all are wild. Oh, the ranch is in the Discord, my bio. Yeah, a lot of this is cut off. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, a lot of it is cut off. That was
Within 3
disgusting,
weeks,
though.
the
Y'all are
server amassed
wild.
Over 650 members, partially because she promoted it under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows. At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord. Clearly,
But were they minors was the question. Because if they weren't minors, who cares, right? Who cares about their fetish Discord? No one cares. But if they were minors, then that's when you need to take a look into
some
it.
form of role play. These individuals are adults, and I'm not.
Okay,
like
they're
the other
adults.
ones.
There we go.
My point is that it's clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible. Keffals has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18 plus and required photo ID to join. However, she also stated that photo ID was only required for the not safe for work sections. These are two very contradicting statements. And ignoring the fact that she shouldn't have been interacting with minors on Twitter either, Win, also known as @FemGirlVR, was followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post news.
Luckily,
because she
I'm
was
15. Oh,
then in
what
November,
the
Catboy Ranch replied to Win, acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed.
Okay,
Win
so
later
she acknowledged
proclaimed
it.
herself a proud member of the cult of Keffals.
Oh, no.
I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16.
No.
So just knowing that there's the potential I could pass like you does give me hope to keep going. Thank you. Maya, or Femboy Mats, is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter. Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage. Maya said, "Hey, I'm the person involved. There was no grooming." Someone replied, "Who said there was? You were still a minor in Catboy Ranch, which had ID verification."
So she said that the Discord was 18 plus, and she said you needed an ID to get into it. And then someone who said that they were 15 got access to the Discord, even though you needed an ID to get access to the Discord. What message is that sending out?
Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffals. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. "Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns?" Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking estrogen and getting erections. In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account at the age of 27. And this is only what we're able to see publicly. It's also worth noting Maya has since argued in favor of underage people lying about their age to people online. Maya turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now, this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username is SynthIsHere. Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor. About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor, Maya began ordering from Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17. I'm about to take the pink pill, still cis though. This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT directory. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter.
Oh my
What happened?
God.
She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's.
I shouldn't laugh at that. I really shouldn't laugh at that. But this is kind of what I meant when I said grooming, right? Like, she got put onto something that she was not prepared for. She wasn't mentally ready, and this community egged her on to go through something without talking to like a doctor, or without talking to her parents, or without having like some actual support system other than people who are online. The results, well, you're looking at it right now. She was unhappy. What more can you possibly want? Like, what other proof is there, right? At the man,
fault because
and this is a crime, by the way. I feel like this is like worth. She can sue them. Wow.
That's not something she can control. Everyone reacts differently to that stuff. Also, there's different dosages. The two would end up having an argument about the specifics of HRT. Chloe calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says this: "Fuck DIY, fuck all of this. I don't know how this happened. My regimen didn't change since my last test. I am so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend that they're better than actual doctors." As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors. and someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some kind of authority on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should. Not me, not Chloe, not Keffals, not anyone.
Amen.
Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult. But as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory's use by minors, while clearly aware of her friend's activities, behaviors, and history. That only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy Ranch, when even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Keffals, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they
And that's the big problem that I have with this, right? Is that they were underage and she still encouraged it. She still encouraged them to join the Discord. And I'm willing to bet, I'm willing to put money on this, that the not safe for work Discord or whatever, or the not safe for work parts of the Discord, it was still accessible to minors. I'm willing to put money on that. Because there's just no way. There's no way. They shouldn't be allowed in the Discord in the first place. But not only were they allowed, but I'm willing to bet that they had access to things that they shouldn't have had access to. And now, on top of that, and this is kind of fucked up. On top of that, I see action. On top of that, somebody made a decision to get on hormones and all different kinds of stuff, and she even said it herself. She regrets her decision. This is not talking to a doctor, not talking to anybody credible, but these online DIY hormones shit that you can make in a bathtub. Well, guess what? She pretty much ruined her life, and now she actually has to go to a doctor to actually get that stuff straightened out.
really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
What is
So it's all just out in the public?
It's not out in the public.
They make it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with kids and stuff, but that's not even the case.
It is the case. No. Ethan, press harder.
Wow, that's interesting. They really are just straight up lying, huh?
No, then Ethan. Press harder, bro. What are you doing?
Screenshots. And to be clear, these aren't from a server Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling you we will turn your kid gay." On June 23, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a 13-year-old and called him a cute little bottom cat boy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users.
Brother,
why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed? How if they have been talking about having with men? You can show me where, but your sexuality is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Keffals admits that she was in this server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, "By that you mean you'll leave the Discord." And she said, "Already did. I wasn't aware or active about any of this until now." Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. That changed after the person who made the call out got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. She just wrote an entire thread singing about me from behind a block, and tried to get his followers to dogpile my tweet, and then got suspended. People combed through Femboy's Cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor, and decided that I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended. This is stunning admission that she helped cover up an adult flirting with a 13-year-old for her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an artist named ZR Kalo. Kayla is known for running the account Transphobes Posting Their L's. She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a moderator on.
Do you know why the transgender community gets so much flack? And a lot of the flack is so undeserved. It's not deserved because not all of them, I wouldn't even go as far as to say not even most of them are as much as a degenerate as is publicized about them, or because you have a small group of people who are transgendered who are doing like some of the most heinous things to minors, posting some of the most heinous things on Twitter, some of the photos that they do, the crimes that are committed, and unfortunately, because it's such a common thing among that minority group within the transgender community, it applies. You now have this picture painted amongst the majority of them, and I'm willing. It sucks because it's one of the reasons why, out of all of the LGBTQ, the transgender community is looked down upon the most out of every part of the gay community, right? And this doesn't help. This doesn't help at all. Keffals is like one of the people who should not be speaking out for the transgender community at all, because she's the worst representation of that community, and this just makes things even worse, like significantly worse.
On @transphobic L's. She also is known for drawing what would some describe as necrozoophile art.
What is that? Actually, don't answer that. I don't want to know.
Defended her purely on the basis that she had a thread on Kiwi Farms.
But the thing is, like, I know they lie about literally everyone, so why would I believe their claims? Like, they're calling Zerkalo a necrozoophile, and it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that.
If somebody's providing you with evidence, then you have a reason to believe it. I'm just saying. If there was evidence presented, you have a reason to believe it. It doesn't matter what server or what community or what website they use. If there's damning evidence against a person for committing a crime or for being some deviant, then you have a reason to believe it. What was it that Cat Williams said? 2024, we exposing all deviants. Yo, come on now. Oh, whoops.
You drew furry gore? Look.
Pause.
I personally think that that's kind of weird.
Thank you.
However, I don't think you did anything wrong.
I like to be the type of person to say no judgment passed, but she just said furry gore. I'm sorry. If you come up to me saying you do that, I am gonna judge you. I'm definitely judging. You're not safe for me. If you're in my community and that's one of the things you take part in, I'm judging. I'm high key judging. I might even ban you for that, because that's insane. That actually no, I probably won't ban you, but I would actually, to be honest, anybody who comes in my community saying that they're into something that's like extremely weird, I would be on guard. I won't ban you, but I will be heavily on guard, and I probably have my admins and mods keep an eye on you, because technically speaking, people who are into insane shit like that tend to be like actual deviants, and I've seen history of people like that doing or trying to encourage other people to not only fall for that, but they typically pursue minors. They typically try to convince minors that it's okay. I would definitely have my admins and mods watch over that person. And also, if you're into that shit, keep it to yourself. Keep it to yourself. Yo, nobody cares. Yo, that's wild. Yo, what's up, Vision? Good to see you, man.
I can just choose not to look at the part of the internet where people post things like that. As long as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
Then she calls out.
Yeah, but it comes down to the point of when somebody gets hurt. What then? I'd rather do prevention instead of waiting for something to happen. To be completely honest, I don't like waiting for something to happen before I take action. If there are signs of something, if there's signs of somebody potentially getting hurt or being groomed or being harmed in any kind of way, my admins take immediate action, 100%.
Every person with the thread on the site to band together. It's probably a good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there.
Let's
Most
go.
recently putting a prolific animal abuser behind bars. I'm not saying every user or thread is virtuous. Even if you hate the site, you gotta admit, some people deserve to have their actions exposed. Keffals' campaign eventually took her to Chris Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations with their mom. Hilariously, she had to
What did she say? Yo, what did he just say?
to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down. A lie she maintained for years.
What did Cat Williams say?
point, I need to
What
know
did
this.
Cat say? We exposing all the deviants in 2024? Yo, oh my god.
Question: what goddamn moral high ground does Keffals have over Kiwi Farms? It isn't
Oh.
doxing. She paid money to dox her critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyber stalking. She got ousted from her own community for trying to gather dirt on who she called a prototypical lol cow. It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible to illegal DDoS attacks. And when the site was hosted in Ukraine, she posted the address to the servers publicly and then accused them of supporting Russia in some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the victims of Kiwi Farms?
Oh,
to
the
bringing
James
up
Somerton
Tony
whole thing
in
was
the inner feud with
sad.
Ethan Klein.
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RS
Why?
Glory and Gold."
Why bring him up? What the hell?
Cook H3.
He,
Cook.
first of all,
Ooh, I got company.
I'm speechless with that one.
Yeah.
How many deaths do we have to watch her weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency surrounding the GoFundMe. She seems to keep inventing new details about her swatting, and many of the criticisms thrown in her face over the years are rooted in reality. If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that Clara Sorrenti has no morals. She will completely disregard the truth for her own gain and profit. There is no scenario where you can take her at her word, because she is shameless in her attempts at manipulation. If you are someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund. They've already seen results in getting a company to retract their libelous claims. Dropping Kiwi Farms proved to be a...
So yeah, just as a heads up, Kiwi Farms is very much so still active. They're very much so still active. And I mean strongly active too. Like I said, I went on the website not too long ago. And it was still up. There's one person alive still. I'm trying to be careful. He's under me. Pause. Okay. Being very careful. Being very careful. Oh, he's not going to see this coming. Ah, you poor bastard.
terrible business decision for Cloudflare, who stated it caused a loss of potential customers and significant adverse feedback. And now everyone knows
Poor
exactly
guy.
what she was trying to hide after all this time. Now, this final section of the video, I have to preface with some caveats. When I first announced I was going to be working on this video publicly, several former friends and editors reached out to offer their perspective. They expressed feelings disillusioned by her behavior and provided what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can
Oh wait,
imagine,
I don't need that.
regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I wanted to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding this evidence. Okay, I have to be very honest here. Keffals has fake DMs in the past, even doing
Oh,
so on screen
what?
before posting them as if they're real. Keffals and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself, hit refresh, and see it with my own fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshots thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was saying.
Hold on.
The first is from a screenshot.
I kind of agree. I don't fully agree on that. Yes, it is easy to fake screenshots. That much I do know. But sometimes you have to take it you have to take it as is. Because oftentimes there's more chances of a screenshot being real than there is being fake. Although I've definitely seen screenshots being faked. I've 100% seen them. But when it comes to like really strong allegations, chances are the screenshots are real. But again, I'm only going based on my own experience. And I say that because I'm currently doing an investigation myself on several different on 2 different videos that I'm working on. I got a load of screenshots covering a person as well as a app that I used to use as a kid. And I don't say that nonchalantly. Like, there's an app that I used to use as a kid that for some reason nobody on YouTube has ever made a video on it. Like, I looked everywhere on YouTube to see if anybody made any kind of video talking about what happened on their website, and there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, even finding screenshots on that app is so difficult. Like, I can't find anything. But luckily, I got a little lucky because there's a few people that I managed to get in touch with who used to use the app. Reddit is an amazing place, I will say this. Reddit is an absolutely fantastic place because that's where I found a lot of people who reached out to me saying that they're willing to talk to me about the app. So it's a video that I'm working on that's going to come out next month. It is a shit ton of research. Oh my God. But yeah, screenshots are a vital part of research.
From a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022.
Ow, that hurt.
Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me that it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out, buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months.
2 months? It took 2 months to deplete 100K? What were you spending it on?
That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state, if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. And these messages were deleted, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned hiring both a private investigator and a cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why. The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bad Empanada, who had criticized Keffals in the past. Clara responded by sharing his full name, date of birth, and home address. When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another YouTuber named Second Thought. Does Kiwi Farms have this info? No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. Clara continued, I'll have more soon. I paid for another information request from an Argentinian PI firm. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming and be a PI.
A PI?
Professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and
Dog,
gentlemen,
you can't even get your own
use the
information.
money.
You can't even get your own information and credibility correct, and you want to be a private investigator? What are you talking about? You fabricate information, you make false claims, and you want people to take you seriously as a PI? There's no way. No way. That's insane. I would never be able to take her seriously. And if you let me tell you something. Let me just say this real quick. If you hire Keffals as a PI, you're fucking retarded. I'm gonna say, hey, somebody's got to say it, okay? You're fucking retarded if you hire her as a PI. You are absolutely retarded. Ooh, come to daddy. Come to daddy. You're dead. Ooh, my aim. What are you shooting at, my boy? I know my aim was bad, but god damn. Your aim was like absolutely atrocious there.
Raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy of being a professional doxer. Allegedly.
A professional
Given the nature of these
doxer.
screenshots, we have to be very careful about their legitimacy. However, I did end up reaching out to both of the YouTubers targeted to verify if the information was legitimate. And unfortunately, I did not get a single response back, as sad as it sounds.
Insane.
I think at the end of all this, the real harm that Keffals has done is not necessarily just to herself, but for the people that she quote-unquote wants to advocate for. Look, throughout covering this video, I've learned that the trans people that I've talked to just want to exist. And in most cases, they're just average people. And their identities are just their identities. That's it. They actually have lives outside of what their, again, trans identity usually is. And a lot of those people I talked to have all disliked Keffals. And they've all disliked him because, you know, as far as I can really tell you, this person's like the Jesse Jackson of trans people. Okay? They will use this as a shield. They will constantly try to be an activist. And I feel that Keffals' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad. So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Keffals is in fact a liar. They are evil, they are malicious, and they're at great harm to not just themselves, but the community they quote-unquote claim to represent. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Oh, I would have to
South
reload.
Bend, Indiana, a middle-class town made famous.
Okay. Did it pause? Did
By
it pause
the
itself?
University of Notre Dame.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm mid-game, but that's the last video I was gonna watch for the day. To everybody who came out, I appreciate you for coming out. Let me see if I can get this W real quick. Okay, there's a bot there. He's over there. Oh, water bending is just insanely broken. Who's shooting at me? Don't shoot. Oh. Come on. Come on. Water bending is broken. I'm taking out your bot, brother. Coat. Insane. Oh, this motherfucker's fast. Now who's shooting at me? Come on, come on. I ain't hit shit. Oh my god. Woo! Escape plan success. Jesus Christ, he was fucking the shit out of me. Pause. Any shields? No. And I don't have a good escape. Actually, I'll take it back. I can't make an escape. There's a shield right there. More wings. And we're Gucci. Oh no. Ah! Ah! Yo, if I take one more shot. Oh, fuck me. I'm being chased heavy. Oh, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. He really is chasing the shit out of me. Alright, we're gonna rest here for a second. Okay. I appreciate everybody who came out to the stream. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna prep for a live stream for tomorrow because I'm definitely gonna do one tomorrow. I'm gonna edit this up and we're gonna post it on YouTube. So yeah.